आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ।
और जो अचीवमेंट आएगा उसके बेसिस पे इंस्टीट्यूशंस को और फंड्स दिए जाएंगे। काफ़ी ऑब्जेक्टिव वे में इसका एवेल्युएशन किया जाएगा, डेटा ड्रिवन गवर्नेंस रहेगी। चौथा आज का फैसला है साथियों नॉर्थ ईस्ट का। आप सब जानते हैं कि 11 वर्षों पहले नॉर्थ ईस्ट में एक के बाद एक डिस्प्यूट्स, वायलेंस, एजिटेशंस, एक सीरीज ऑफ एजिटेशंस चलता रहता था। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में इन्वेस्टमेंट कैसे जाएगा, शांति रहे, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन हो, बड़ा एक चैलेंज था। इन 11 वर्षों में प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में एक के बाद एक डायलॉग के थ्रू, आपस में बैठ के बातचीत के थ्रू, बैठ के समस्या को समाधान करने की भावना के साथ जो डिस्कशंस हुए, उसके थ्रू सीरीज ऑफ मेमोरेंडम ऑफ सेटलमेंट हुए। और उसके कारण कई ऐसे ग्रुप्स जो कि मेन स्ट्रीम से बाहर थे, एजिटेशन का रास्ता उठाए हुए थे, वायलेंस में लिप्त थे, वो सब एक नॉर्मल मेन स्ट्रीम में आए। कई सारे एग्जाम्पल्स हैं। उन सब के कारण करीब करीब 10,000 कैडर्स ने सरेंडर करके मेन स्ट्रीम में जुड़े इन 11 वर्षों में। यूपीए के टाइम में 500, 550, 600 करोड़ का कुछ ओवरऑल वहां पे ग्रांट ज्यादा था, न उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होता था ढंग से, केवल एक खाना पूर्ति जैसा था। एनडीए में इन 11 वर्षों में मेमोरेंडम होना, बातचीत और एकदम रियलिस्टिक प्रैक्टिकल तरीके से बातचीत, फिर उनके लिए स्पेशल पैकेज बनना, उस पैकेज का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होना और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के बाद में उसका फॉलोअप, रिजल्ट मेन स्ट्रीम में इंटीग्रेट करना और उनकी सोसाइटी के हर आयाम को और उनके जो विशेष रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं उनको ध्यान में रखते हुए ये सारे प्रोग्राम्स बने। तो अभी रिसेंट टाइम्स में 4 और नए मेमोरेंडम ऑफ सेटलमेंट हुए हैं असम और त्रिपुरा में। उन चारों के लिए स्पेशल डेवलपमेंट पैकेज बनाए, वो आज कैबिनेट में अप्रूव हुआ। इसमें टोटल 7,250 करोड़ रुपीस का ये पैकेज है, जिसमें से 4,250 करोड़ रुपीस सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से आएंगे और 3,000 करोड़ रुपीस स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के। इस 4,250 करोड़ रुपीस में बेसिकली ये जो 4 कंपोनेंट्स हैं वो आपके सामने हैं। सबसे पहला आसाम में है, आदिवासी ग्रुप्स ऑफ आसाम के साथ। फिर दूसरा है आसाम में ही दिमासा नेशनल लिबरेशन आर्मी और दिमासा पीपल सुप्रीम काउंसिल के बारे में के साथ। तीसरा अगेन यूनाइटेड लिबरेशन फ्रंट ऑफ आसाम के साथ, उनके कुछ ग्रुप्स थे उनके साथ। और चौथा ऑल त्रिपुरा टाइगर फोर्स और नेशनल लिबरेशन फ्रंट ऑफ त्रिपुरा। इन चारों के साथ जो डिस्कशन होके जो मेमोरेंडम ऑफ सेटलमेंट बना, उसके हिसाब से ये प्रपोजल्स अप्रूव हुए। और ये प्रपोजल, इसमें कई तरह के काम लिए जाएंगे। कनेक्टिविटी के काम होंगे, एजुकेशन के काम होंगे, हेल्थ केयर से रिलेटेड काम होंगे, स्पोर्ट्स और जो इंडिजिनस मेडिसिन है, इंडिजिनस स्पोर्ट्स हैं, उन सब का ध्यान दिया जाएगा। और विशेषकर जो कल्चरल इंटीग्रेशन है, आदिवासी कल्चर को मेंटेन करना, उसके साथ साथ फिर इंटीग्रेशन करना, इन चीज़ों पे भी बहुत बड़ा ध्यान दिया जाएगा। प्रोजेक्ट्स बहुत ही स्पेसिफिक बनेंगे, लोकल कंसल्टेशन से बनेंगे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ, और जिन ग्रुप्स के बेनिफिट के लिए बने उन ग्रुप्स के साथ बैठ के प्रोजेक्ट्स का डिसीजन होता है और उनके साथ ही मिलके उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होता है। आज का 5वां फैसला है साथियों, हाईवे सेक्टर में तमिलनाडु में मरक्कनम से पुदुचेरी 4 लेन हाईवे 2,157 करोड़ रुपीस का प्रोजेक्ट है ये। और इसका लोकेशन नक्शे में अगर देखें हम, साउथ में ये कंप्लीट ईस्ट कोस्ट हाईवे है, चेन्नई से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक, ईसीआर कहते हैं इसको, ईस्टर्न कोस्टल रोड। इस हाईवे का एक हिस्सा, छोटा सा हिस्सा जो अभी भी 2 लेन था, वो था पुदुचेरी से मरक्कनम। और इसके कारण काफ़ी कंजेशन रहता था और एक तरीके से ये पुदुचेरी सिटी के अंदर से जाता था। तो ये आप देख रहे हैं, ये एग्जिस्टिंग हाईवे ऑलरेडी NH 332A चेन्नई से नागापट्टनम, उसमें ये वाला सेक्शन बनेगा, पुदुचेरी से मरक्कनम वाला सेक्शन बनेगा इस प्रोजेक्ट के तहत। इसका 4 लेनिंग होगा। अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट है, पुदुचेरी शहर को डिकंजेस्ट करेगा, कनेक्टिविटी को बढ़ाएगा, और पुदुचेरी शहर में बहुत प्रसिद्ध, बहुत ही अच्छे स्थल है, वहाँ पे लोग जा सकेंगे दर्शन के लिए भी। एक फिलोसॉफिकल व्यू पॉइंट भी पुदुचेरी में जाते हैं तो रहता है, और वहाँ पे इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ भी अच्छी हुई है अभी, तो उस इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ को का भी, उसमें भी एक एक्सेलरेशन होगा इससे। प्रोजेक्ट 46 किलोमीटर्स का है, 11 किलोमीटर एग्जिस्टिंग 2 लेन है, दैट विल बी अपग्रेडेड टू 4 लेन एंड 35 किलोमीटर ग्रीन फील्ड डेवलपमेंट होगा। मोस्टली प्रोजेक्ट विल बी बाईपासिंग पुदुचेरी टाउन, जिससे कि उसके आउटस्कर्ट से निकलेगा। हाँ ठीक है ना, ये NHI, हाँ उसके आउटस्कर्ट से निकलेगा, और हाइब्रिड एन्युटी मॉडल से बनेगा। कंसेशन पीरियड 17 ईयर्स का है और कंस्ट्रक्शन पीरियड 2 ईयर्स का है। अच्छा इसमें बेनिफिट रहेगा, हैवी कॉमर्शियल ट्रैफिक जो पुदुचेरी सिटी के अंदर से जाता था वो चेंज हो पाएगा। जिपमेर, ऑरोवेल, वो सब चीज़ें, बस कई इंस्टीट्यूशन से पुदुचेरी में उनका बेनिफिट भी मिलेगा। ओवरऑल साथियों, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में इस थर्ड प्रधानमंत्री जी की इस ऐतिहासिक तीसरी टर्म में बहुत इन्वेस्टमेंट्स हुए हैं। आज के अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट्स को और हम जोड़ें तो 10,51,000 करोड़ रुपीस के टोटल प्रोजेक्ट्स सैंक्शन हुए हैं। ये सेक्टर बाय सेक्टर आपके सामने लिस्ट है। एयरपोर्ट सेक्टर में, पोर्ट सेक्टर में, और पोर्ट सेक्टर में वाडवन पोर्ट विल बिकम अ गेम चेंजर इन द एंटायर शिपिंग एंड लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर ऑफ द कंट्री। दिस विल बी अमंग द टॉप 10 पोर्ट्स इन द एंटायर वर्ल्ड, वाडवन पोर्ट। तो इसको आप लोग वॉच करें, बहुत बड़ा चेंज आने वाला है और इस पे काम भी बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है। ऑलरेडी पोर्ट बनने से पहले रेलवे कनेक्टिविटी का काम भी इसमें स्टार्ट हो गया है, डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर को जिम्मेदारी दी गई है। वैसा ही हाईवे में बहुत प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन हुए हैं। नॉर्थ से लेके साउथ, ईस्ट से लेके वेस्ट तक, और रेलवे में करीब 30 रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन हुए हैं, जिसका बहुत अच्छा बेनिफिट मिलेगा देश को। और बिकॉज ऑफ दिस एक्सपेंशन इन रेलवेज करीब 400 मिलियन टन्स ट्रैफिक इन कुछ समय में डाइवर्ट हुआ है फ्रॉम हाईवे टू रेलवे, और उसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा इम्पैक्ट पड़ा एनवायरमेंटल, वो भी आपकी जानकारी में आएगा जल्दी। और मेट्रो आप जानते हैं कि किस तेजी से बढ़ रहा है देश में। इंडस्ट्रियल स्मार्ट सिटीज, हाउसिंग, हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी और रोपवेज, ये सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स इन एक वर्ष के टाइम फ्रेम में प्रधानमंत्री जी की इस ऐतिहासिक थर्ड टर्म में सैंक्शन हुए। आई विल टेक क्वेश्चंस नाउ एंड विल गो, एक थोड़ा सा अलग इस बार लेते हैं, पहले लेफ्ट का पूरा ले लें, फिर सेंटर पूरा ले लें, फिर बाद में राइट ले लेते हैं। ऐसा करने से बेनिफिट होगा कि एक तरफ देखना रहता है, फिर ढूंढना इजी हो जाता है। ऐसा करें? ओके ओके विद ऑल। दीपक चलेगा? सुजीत
थैंक यू सर।
आइए लेफ्ट से चालू करते हैं। लेफ्ट में हम फर्स्ट रो, सेकंड रो, थर्ड रो, फोर्थ रो, इस तरह से चलेंगे, ठीक है?
थैंक यू मैम।
वैसे आपका राइट है, मेरा लेफ्ट है।
Exactly. I hope I'm audible. Good evening. This is Sapna from CNBC TV 18. Two questions. One, of course, on the 30,000 odd crore compensation for OMC is also taking care of the fact that the LPG cylinders have been highly subsidized in the Indian market in favor of the consumers. That's one. Second, sir, so just wanted to understand that there is around 41 to 42 odd thousand crores had been the rough under recoveries OMCs. 30,000 has been given. Any kind of a logic that has gone in onto this number, and when are the funds likely to be released? That's one. And second, sir, a broader question on the Trump tariffs, the 25 plus 25%. Any discussion that was held in the cabinet? Thank you, sir.
तो अभी कैबिनेट में व्हाट वी हैव डिसाइडेड इज 30,000 crore rupees का, बिकॉज दिस इज द अमाउंट विच इज एट्रीब्यूटेबल टू द अफोर्डेबल एलपीजी फॉर हाउस होल्ड्स। इसके अलावा दिस नंबर कीप्स फ्लक्चुएटिंग डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द मार्केट प्राइस एंड मेनी अदर फैक्टर्स। सो दिस इज द नंबर विच हैज बीन अप्रूव्ड। The second part of your question, whatever has been discussed in the cabinet is placed before you. So I'll request that we limit the questions to the points which are presented. ये तो जल्दी हो जाता है।
47.
ये फर्स्ट रो भाई, पहले फर्स्ट रो, फिर सेकंड रो, फिर थर्ड रो, ऐसे चलो।
सर, ये टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूट्स जो स्टेट्स के हैं उनके लिए 4,250 करोड़ रुपए का आपने अलॉटमेंट किया, तो किस चीज के लिए इसका ये इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा इस अमाउंट का?
5 काम के लिए किया जाएगा। क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट के लिए, इंटर्नशिप प्लेसमेंट सर्विसेज के लिए।
कितने इंस्टीट्यूट है अगर ये
इनोवेशन?
कितने इंस्टीट्यूट है जिनके लिए
175 इंजीनियरिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस एंड 100 पॉलिटेक्निक्स। ये पीपीटी आपको सबको शेयर होता है ना, आता है ना दीपक?
Second row.
Sir, this expansion of this national highways, so how much carbon points we will earn? Is there any calculation on that?
आपको जानकारी लेके बता देंगे।
Thank you.
आउट ऑफ सिलेबस तो आप पूछ ही लोगे एक ना एक क्वेश्चन।
Yeah, sir. I just wanted to know, this development, this technical education institutes. How will these technical engineering institutes and polytechnics be selected? Whether there's
स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के साथ कंसल्टेशंस।
Okay.
सर, तरुण फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस है। सर, मैं वापस सपना मैम के क्वेश्चंस पे आना चाहूँगा। सर, जो ये पैसा जो 30,000 करोड़ है, ये सर सप्लीमेंट्री ग्रांट्स के बाद रिलीज होगा या सर अभी आप बता दो माइक पे।
it has been approved only today. So we will go to Ministry of Finance, and then whether it has to be done through supplementary grant or contingency will be decided.
इतना डीप में इसमें जाने का कारण
लग जाएगा ना सर?
टाइम नहीं लगता है, हमारी सरकार में कहाँ टाइम लगता है. फोर्थ रो, मोदी जी के समय में आप जानते हो काम की स्पीड कैसी है.
All right, welcome back. Well, a model from Jaipur visiting the Millennium City of Gurgaon has raised a storm of furor among netizens after she posted a video of a man masturbating in front of her while she waited for a cab at Gurugram's Rajiv Chowk. The video shows the man shamelessly rubbing himself despite being captured on tape, and it has since gone viral across social media. This incident is just the latest in a string of such cases in Delhi NCR, where men have behaved indecently with women in public places. This begs the question, is it a matter of raising our men correctly, or have the men of our society become too comfortable in the social dynamic to think that doing something like this in front of random women on the streets is acceptable behavior? All right, Soni Singh is joining us at this point in time. Soni, are you there with us?
Hello.
Hi, Soni. Thank you for waiting. Appreciate you joining us. Tell us what exactly happened, Soni. I mean, though we have seen the footage, but tell us first account what really went on here.
Sir, I can't hear you properly.
Soni, can you tell me what exactly happened that day?
Okay, so I was returning from Jaipur to Gurgaon. I had a shoot in Jaipur. So my bus dropped me at the Rajiv Chowk flyover, and the time was around 11 a.m. in the morning. And I booked a cab. The driver showed some distance of 5 to 10 minutes, and I called him like 3-4 times, but he didn't answer my call. So I thought, okay, he's just 5 minutes away. I should wait for him. So I was waiting. Then I noticed a man in white, in check shirt, had mask on his face, and had a bag in front of him. And then he just came close to me. I initially ignored, like the others do. And then I noticed he just came in just front of me. He stood still and just kept staring at me. Then I noticed that his pants zip was unzipped, and he literally took out his penis and started rubbing in front of me. And I was so shocked, and I was told I didn't know what to do, like how to react. So I didn't shout, I didn't hit him, I didn't do anything. Then I thought I should record the video, because anything happens, if I'm going to give any kind of reaction, the people start making videos and put this on social media just to get some views and fame. So I thought of recording the video, and then the moment I did finish recording, I booked another cab also before recording it. So I continuously called the cab driver, please come fast, I'm waiting here. So as soon I finished recording, my cab arrived. And when I went to the cab, and I was about to tell the cab driver, like, this has happened with me, this man is doing in front of me. The moment I left, the man also crossed the other side of the road, and he also left. Then I came back home. I told my friends like what to do, and then they said just tweet it. So I put everything on Twitter, the videos, the photos, and I wrote everything. I tagged the Gurugram police and the women helpline and the other pages also, but there was no response, no automated message, nothing. Then I called the 1090, the Scanbe, the Shanbe women helpline, and many more. But my call just got disconnected. Then I got a number from Delhi Police Women Helpline. Then she gave me a number. I dialed on that number, and I told this ma'am this happened with me at 11 in the morning at Rajiv Chowk. Then she said you have to come to the Thana to lodge their fire. Like, we can't take any online complaints now. So I said this wouldn't be possible for me to come to Thana like immediately. So I waited that day. Then nothing happened. Then another day, I made the whole incident, a video of the whole incident, and put it on Instagram. Then few news pages published it, and then I got a call from the Gurugram police, and they took action. They lodged my FIR, and that's how it's going now. I have no update on it. Like, what's the situation now?
Sony, were there other people around you, and weren't they concerned about this disturbing behavior?
Uh, Nobody was noticing the man because he was very prepared. Like, I think he always used to do these things because he had a mask and he had a bag in front of me. Only I can see that, like, he was doing that for me only. Like, I was only getting comfortable. If you would have been there, you would have been not noticed even. Only I can notice that at that point.
Well, an FIR was registered, but it was not something that was done very easily. And this
Yes.
is a very bad experience that you have had.
I had to post the video, and that is why the complaint has been lodged. I think so, because there was no response on the Twitter.
What do you make of this insensitive behavior by the police? Does that make you feel a lot more unsafe with such people around?
Initially, I was only feeling unsafe and insecure in the night only, but I'm also scared in the daytime. I don't know what to do around these people, and I have no trust on these platforms like Ola, Uber, and anything.
Talk about the support that you were able to receive from, the social media platforms.
Okay, few people shared it, few supported, few said like you have a bold personality, you wear such type of revealing clothes, short clothes or modern clothes, so this should happen with me. So there are different people. If you're supporting me, if you're discouraging me, that this should happen with you because you are such kind of girl. I don't know what people think of these men. They all have this criminal minded.
What about your family? What is their reaction to this bad
My
experience?
family is fully supporting me. He said, just do whatever you want to do. The police should take some action, and we are with you. Just don't worry. So I'm all here to take action on that man.
What do you think should happen to this man?
He should be behind the bars.
All right. Well, it's very brave of you to come out here and speak about this. It's very brave of you to flag this concern as well. But, you also mentioned that these app-based cab services are also equally responsible or careless enough not to take care of women at night or when they're alone. Do you think that is also something that the government needs to take notice of and do something?
Yes, they should inform these Uber, Ola, or Rapido that if you're taking the booking, at least if you don't want to come, just inform us, just answer our calls, like whether it is daytime or nighttime. There should be a legal action on these platforms also.
What's the lesson for you, Sony? I mean, ideally everybody should go out there without witnessing such horrific, incidents. But definitely this has changed your life. What is the learning that you feel you have come out with?
Like, I will probably carry some safety measures with me because I don't believe on the people around me and the police and the government. I have to take the full responsibility of myself. I should have hit him. But I was so scared. What if he had something in his bag? What if throw something on me? So I was so scared. So I didn't react at that point.
Sony, appreciate you joined us. Thank you so much, and I really empathize with what's happened here. Thank you so much, and you're very brave to be here. All right, Nazia Elahi Khan, social activist, with us on the program at this point in time. Nazia, are you there with us?
Yes, yes.
Nazia, what do you have to say to Sony about what's happened here with her? This is extremely repugnant. This is extremely unbecoming of the society that we aspire to become. And this is happening out in the middle of the road. There are hundreds and hundreds of cars passing this man by, and yet he has no shame.
Yes, of course. We have seen so many cases and so many scenarios this kind regarding that. And I think police are sleeping. The ignorant behavior of police is quite obnoxious for us and innoxious as well. Because even मैंने मौलाना साजिद रशीदी के लिए जब कंप्लेन किया था, when I have filed complaint, तो पुलिस ने वही किया. तो दिल्ली पुलिस हो या गुरुग्राम पुलिस हो, दोनों का इग्नोरेंट बिहेवियर जो जा रहा है, ये सच में एक बहुत ही स्केरी मोमेंट को, स्केरी सिनेरियो को क्रिएट कर रहा है. मतलब इट्स वेरी इजी ना कि आप किसी भी महिला को आप कैब में या मेट्रो में या कहीं पर भी आप डिफेम कर दो, मलाइन कर दो, मोलेस्ट कर दो और अपने शरीर को दिखा करके आप अपने सेक्सुअल डिजायर्स पूरे करो. और महिला जब पुलिस स्टेशन जा रही है तो उसके कंप्लेन को पुलिस इग्नोर करेगी. तो पुलिस से बेटर काम तो मीडिया कर रही है. तो पुलिस को अपनी वर्दी उतार देनी चाहिए और मीडिया को कह देना चाहिए कि आप ही मेरा काम कंप्लीट कर दो. तो ये इस तरीके के सिनेरियो हम कोर्ट रूम में भी देख रहे हैं और हम डिबेट्स में भी देख रहे हैं. मुझे लगता है कि पुलिस को एक्टिव होने की जरूरत है और कहीं ना कहीं स्टेट के होम मिनिस्टर्स को ऐसे पुलिस को स्क्रूटनी करने की जरूरत है और सस्पेंड करने की जरूरत है कि एक फीमेल अगर इतने सेंसिटिव मैटर पर अगर कंप्लेन लेटर दे रही है, एक तो हिम्मत नहीं होती और जब हिम्मत करके वो दे रही होती हैं और पूरे डिटेल्स वो बता रही होती हैं, तो कम से कम उसको जो अक्यूज्ड है उसको बिहाइंड द बार करो. एटलीस्ट इतना तो करना चाहिए. पर पुलिस का इग्नोरेंट बिहेवियर बहुत ज्यादा स्कैरी भी है भारत में फीमेल के लिए एंड इट्स obnoxious.
आपने कहा इट्स obnoxious, बट ऐसा समय कब आएगा कि जब ऐसे मर्दों का एक एग्जाम्पल बनाया जाएगा, एक उदाहरण बनाया जाएगा और ऐसी जो बेशर्म हरकतें हैं जो लोग प्राइवेट में भी करते हुए अगर पकड़े जाएं तो शर्मिंदा होते हैं, वो आउट इन दी ओपन हो रही हैं. ऐसे लोगों के साथ क्या किया जाए?
एज एन एडवोकेट मुझे लगता है कि सेक्शन 69 इज नॉट इनफ. सेक्शन 69 में या जितने भी मोलेस्टेशन के जो सेक्शन बीएनएस और बीएनएसएस में आए हैं, ये इनफ नहीं हो रहा है हमारे देश की बच्चियों को सेफ रखने के लिए, सिक्योर रखने के लिए. और आसपास में जो लोग गैदरिंग में खड़े होते हैं उनके जो रिएक्शंस नहीं आते हैं, ये भी बहुत स्कैरी है, बहुत ज्यादा स्कैरी है. तो मेरे हिसाब से ऐसे लोगों के लिए कम से कम 3 साल की सजा अमेंड करनी चाहिए. अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट सुओमोटो नहीं लेना चाहता है तो कम से कम हमारे देश के जो होम मिनिस्टर हैं अमित शाह जी और देश के लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में इस बारे में बात होनी चाहिए. पार्लियामेंट के दोनों हाउस में बात होनी चाहिए और एक सेक्शन को इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए कि ऐसा एक्यूज्ड, ऐसा कल्प्रिट जहां पर भी या इस तरीके के डेलिंक्वेंट्स जहां पर भी दिख रहे हैं, उनको कम से कम नॉन अवेलेबल सेक्शन पर 3 साल की सजा हो और तभी एड इंटरिम बेल मिले.
चलिए, हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए, जुड़ने के लिए आपका शुक्रिया. All right, moving on. In the latest development, the Supreme Court has refused to stay the August 1st Karnataka High Court stay, which quashed ex-party gag order that limited the coverage of Dharamsthala mass burial case by YouTube channels and media houses. The Supreme Court has directed the brother of petitioner Harshendra Kumar to approach the trial court regarding his plea. The apex court emphasized that CAG orders, which it described as super injunctions, are issued only in the rarest of rare cases as they stifle free speech. The Supreme Court has instructed the trial court to decide Harshendra Kumar's plea within 2 weeks, clarifying that any observations made by the High Court should not influence the trial court's decision. The trial court is to adjudicate the application independently based on its own merits. Sambhav, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Sambhav, if you're there with us? Well, an important observation by the Supreme Court: free speech is non-negotiable.
Well, absolutely. Here again, the top court of the country has made it very clear that free speech, as you have rightly said, the free speech is non-negotiable, and the bench of Justice Rajesh Bindal and Justice Manmohan expressed reservation about whether a media gag was required in this particular matter or not. This matter was listed for hearing today in the Supreme Court. A long hearing happened in the top court. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi, who appeared here in this matter from the side of petitioner, said that there are many defamatory contents being clouded around the social media. Many of the YouTube channels are using, saying n number of things which are not factual in nature. Many of the arguments made in the top court by senior advocate Mukul Rohde saying that news channels, social media are running defamatory reports, to which the Supreme Court has made clear that there are other ways or remedies for this, but a media gag in this case is not something which the Supreme Court has proposed. Supreme Court has refused to gag media and asked the trial court to decide this temple administration's petition afresh. And the oral observation, which is very important here, the court orally said, expressed a kind of reservation about passing a media gag order in this particular case to stifle free speech. This petition was filed by the secretary of this Dharamsala temple to restrain the publication of the allegedly defamatory reports in Dharamsala mass burial case. And the Supreme Court here expressed reservation in passing any media gag order and asked the trial court to hear the matter afresh. So that's what the whole matter is. And also, the Supreme Court was hearing this petition by Dharamsala Temple Institution against the Karnataka High Court's order quashing this media gag imposed by Bengaluru Civil Court on a YouTube channel for its reportage on Dharamshala mass burial case. And senior advocate Mukul Rohde appeared in this matter and argued that many social media platform handles are running defamatory posts, and also he showed few of the posts to the Supreme Court, and now Justice Manmohan has remarked this, and I quote, gag orders are only passed in the rarest of the rare cases. For example, the journalist gets to know that police officers...
Appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much. Well, sources from within the Election Commission have given NewsX clarifications about the process of reviewing CCTV footage from polling stations. Sources have told us that the footage is retained if an elector makes a petition to the concerned High Court within 45 days. Rakesh Singh, our managing editor, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Well, we all know that this is an important matter which has been going on for a long time. And now we are learning that the Election Commission has given clarification about the process of reviewing CCTV footage from polling stations. We have been told that footage is retained if an elector makes a petition to the concerned High Court within 45 days. राकेश 45 दिन मिलते हैं जिसके भीतर आप को इस पिटिशन को मानना होता है. अब क्या अपेक्षा की जाए?
देखिए, जिस तरह से राहुल गांधी वर्सेज इलेक्शन कमीशन चल रहा है, राहुल गांधी लगातार इलेक्शन कमीशन पर गंभीर आरोप लगा रहे हैं. सीसीटीवी वीडियो सबूत मिटाए जा रहे हैं. किसके कहने पर किया जा रहा है? राहुल ने चुनाव आयोग से पूछा, डिजिटल वोटर लिस्ट क्यों नहीं मिल रही, क्या छिपा रहे हो, ये सीधे तौर पर कहा गया था. इसके बाद ITV नेटवर्क ने सीधे चुनाव आयोग से ये पूछा था, तो उनका सीधे तौर पर कहना था कि फिर गुमराह कर रहे हैं राहुल, और इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस की इस मशीन रीडेबल वोटर लिस्ट की डिमांड को सुप्रीम कोर्ट खारिज कर चुका है. कमलनाथ वर्सेज चुनाव आयोग, जो कि 12 अक्टूबर 2018 की सीसीटीवी की जहां तक झूठ की बात है, तो डिटेल जानकारी चुनाव आयोग के सूत्रों ने हमें ITV नेटवर्क को दी है, जिसमें यह साफ तौर पर जिक्र किया गया है कि एनी एग्रिव्ड इलेक्टर कैन फाइल इलेक्शन पिटीशन टू सेट aside the elections in the concerned High Court within 45 days. Second point, if EP is filed, CCTV footage are retained. Third, else they are useless. Someone wants to breach voter privacy. Fourth, for example, to check CCTV of 1 lakh polling station will take 1 lakh days. That is 273 years. And with no legal outcome possible. तो ये रिप्लाई चुनाव आयोग के जो टॉप सोर्सेज हैं उन्होंने ITV नेटवर्क को दिया है, और इसमें पूरी तौर पर ये साफ हो गया है कि चुनाव आयोग, क्योंकि आज सुबह ही चुनाव आयोग के टॉप सोर्सेज ने जो हमें जानकारी दी थी, चुनाव आयोग का अब तक राहुल गांधी पर बड़ा हमला बोला गया था। राहुल गांधी जब बंगलुरु से रैली को संबोधित कर रहे थे, चुनाव आयोग पर गंभीर आरोप लगाया था। उसके बाद जब मैंने यानी ITV नेटवर्क ने सीधे तौर पर ईसी से जानना चाहा, तो ईसी के जो सूत्र हैं उन्होंने साफ तौर पे कहा कि राहुल गांधी या तो डिक्लेरेशन पर अपना हस्ताक्षर करें या राष्ट्र से माफी मांगे। तो ये बड़ा हमला चुनाव आयोग का राहुल गांधी पर, और राहुल गांधी बनाम चुनाव आयोग लगातार जारी है। जी
राकेश, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, इस जानकारी के लिए आपका शुक्रिया। वी टेक अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक नाउ, विल बी राइट बैक।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back to those of our viewers still with us at the We Women Want 2025 conclave organized by NewsX and ITV Network. And also, we will be having the Shakti Awards presented very, very shortly by Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, Rekha Gupta ji. But first, we're going to introduce you to a lady who needs no introduction. Yes, a pathbreaker who has, of course, wowed you with her performances on the big screen and on OTT these days too. Someone who's carved a niche not just in India, but internationally as well. Who can forget the lunchbox? And who can forget Homeland, amongst many other projects abroad. In India, more recently, you saw her in the hit film Skyforce earlier this year, and on OTT on Kul. Nimrat Kaur, pleasure to have you. Welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Uday. Lovely to be here. Thank you.
Let me begin first by asking you for your first reaction. You're winning this special award today for excellence and being honored by another lady achiever in her own right in politics, of course, the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi. How do you feel?
I feel so deeply honored. And firstly, hi everyone. Is it good morning, good afternoon? I'm not sure. I've lost track of time, but it feels like a great day. What a bright, beautiful room. I'm so happy and so honored to be here today and to be presented this wonderful award. And then from none other than the Honorable Chief Minister, Srimati Rekha Gupta ji, whom I've never had the opportunity to meet. It's really so deeply cherished. For someone who's not had any background from the industry that I now work in, and Delhi is home turf. My parents are here today. It's just such a lovely, kind of like a full circle, to just come back home. It's like a very big pat on the back. I packed my bags and I left for Mumbai almost 21 years ago. So it's a wonderful kind of, it's one of those milestone moments. It's a core memory.
I have to quickly ask you that, because it's not often that you get to be in the same room with your parents and being honored in front of them these days, because you're all over the world. So how does that feel, being in front of your parents? And let's also hear it for the parents of Nimrat Kaur. These are the two people who've raised her and made her into, of course, the woman achiever that we have on our screens.
Yes. What was your question? I've just lost track.
How does it feel to be in front of them today as well,
I
being
feel
honored?
like, you know how in school we used to be on stage and, you know, performing something, and there's a little bit of nervousness. This is not the day I want to say something that I shouldn't be saying, or, you know, not something that, you know, I would be like, oh my God, I should have said this, and I don't want to go back home thinking or feeling that. So it's like being back in school a little bit with, you know, my family in the audience. And again, like I said, you know, being in Delhi is always so special for me. I've done a bit of my schooling here in DPS, and Sri Ram College of Commerce is my college. And, you know, I'm just throwing all my Delhi connections out for anyone who may connect.
अब दिल्ली की बात हो गई तो our digital partners also foodie. Are you a foodie? We are in Delhi where a lot of foodies are there.
दिल्ली में रहने वाली सरदारनी. अब आप दोबारा सवाल पूछिए.
Foodie कैसे नहीं हो सकती फिर?
Exactly.
Favorite क्या खाना क्या है? Cheat meal क्या है?
चीट मील देखिए, क्वांटिटी वाइज तो राजमा चावल हो ही जाता है, क्योंकि उसकी 3 हेल्पिंग से कम तो कुछ बात होती नहीं. कड़ी चावल आई रियली लव. बाकी तो मैं लिस्ट दे सकती हूँ. रसगुल्ला, रसमलाई, मम्मा, एनीथिंग एल्स, व्हाट एल्स एम आई फॉरगेटिंग? काफ़ी बहुत चीज़ें हैं. बहुत बिरयानी, mutton biryani, golgappe. I can go on. It's going to be a long list.
I can figure the list goes on. We can, as she said, she answered the question in that first answer only. Now let's just talk once again, of course, before we get to your journey and success, Nimrat, about, since it is the Shakti Awards today, where do you derive your Shakti from?
I think, well, it kind of circles back to my upbringing. I feel like, which has its roots in the army. The environment that I grew up in, you know, the cantonment life, the kind of schooling I was fortunate enough to get, the upbringing I've had thanks to my family. You know, it's like, I think you're a sum total of so many different parts of life, people who come and influence you by virtue of what they do and by virtue of what you watch them doing and you don't want to do also. I think you learn a lot from that too. It's not just, you know, taking inspiration from people constantly and wanting to be like them and all of that. I derive I think my life force really comes from not giving up. And that is something that is so deeply ingrained in my upbringing, that giving up is not an option. You might fail, you might have pitfalls, you might have problems, roadblocks. And as women, I'm sure a lot of you concur here that it's not an easy world to navigate, and I don't mean to, you know, kind of play a woman card here and say that, oh, it's more difficult for us. It's not really that, but it becomes more challenging because you have to kind of have, you know, a grip on multi-layered issues sometimes. And I feel like just, you know, having the grit to not give up, I think that really just keeps you going. That's what I feel I keep coming back to.
You know, but that's where you get your Shakti from. But then do you believe that it's not easy being a woman in an industry like yours, which is a public industry? You know, the constant scrutiny, the paparazzi culture now, social media. Do you have to have a very thick skin for this?
You know what? I don't know how many women might agree with me here, but I think if you really want to step outside your comfort zone and make a mark, anywhere, you know, it's just a comfort zone. It could be something you can be doing within the confines of your household, right? You have to have a perception of you that people will not allow. Somewhere, you need to have that kind of self-belief and that kind of clarity that this is my vision, this is where I'm headed, no matter what, this is what I'm going to do. I don't believe that a Colonel Sophia Qureshi or a wing commander Vyomika Singh had it easy. I don't think they had it easy. I think their world and their lives would have been so difficult. And you know, in an environment that is predominantly recognized by the male representative, you see. We get talked about, you see, because it's a glamorous world. There are cameras, there's a journalistic perspective on it, and then there is a voyeuristic perspective on it. That is what changes the game. We don't have a voyeuristic perspective on most professions, apart from, I think, a few which are in the public eye. It can be politics, it can be actors, their personal lives, or the lack of it, whatever. you know, it's just what you choose for yourself as noise and what you want to keep. You see, because with all of this rubbish and all of the noise, there's also a lot of love. And there's a lot of love that you feel without you really meeting people. I can just be passing by somewhere and, I can feel that someone's seen something and, they smile at me knowingly. So there are, everything is a double-edged sword. I feel like because of, us being in the public eye, it is always going to be a complex world. Yeah.
This year, as I said, you've had a big screen release, which did very, very well. Sky Force, and you just mentioned Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, interestingly, as well. You've had Kul, where you play royalty. Today, you're looking no less. Is this a conscious decision to straddle both mediums, or are you just looking at projects and not looking at the medium where they release? Because आजकल बड़ा OTT versus theater debate चल रहा है, you know that.
I think आजकल debate सिर्फ good content versus bad content है. Because हम जो चीज़ हमें देखनी है ना, हम पाताल लोक तक जाएंगे, pun intended. हम कहीं भी जाएंगे उसको देखने के लिए.
सैयारा बन जाएंगे.
हाँ, बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल. Family man भी हैं. What I'm saying is basically that हमें जो देखना है हम कहीं भी देखेंगे. वो OTT पे हो, बड़े पर्दे पे हो, TV पे हो, जहाँ भी हो. It's good content versus bad content, and it's also so subjective that what I want to watch you may not. So what I do is that what I feel like watching, I want to be a part of, and if it works out, fantastic. If not, on to the next. So what's happened thanks to the OTT world is that the choices have expanded. I'm able to experiment much more. मज़ा बहुत आ रहा है, अलग-अलग कहानियाँ सामने आ रही हैं. You're able to deep dive into very different multi-layered characters, and you're able to represent very different kinds of people. Which I really enjoy a lot. So it doesn't matter. Sometimes we start a project with the, daydreams of it releasing on the big screen, etc. And then, lo and behold, kuch mahine baad, OTT pe zyada sense ban rahi hai. On paper, it makes more sense for it to release there. So you can't really preempt these things anymore. So you have to go with your gut, decide what you want to do, and then give it your best and hope the audience enjoys it. I think that's all.
There's also, of course, these days, a lot of not just social media pressure on people in the public eye, as you were saying, of course, naturally scrutiny wahan hai, but also on the youth, these days. The youth also have this, I mean, they're constantly wanting to live life through social media. That puts a lot of, pressure on them, beauty-wise as well. Do you believe that's unfair pressure these days being put on people to look a certain way? And how can the youth and others combat that pressure?
It's a very tricky one, and I don't know how many adults are able to escape that either. It's not just teenagers or young adults, or I find it overall very, very disturbing sometimes, because your lived experience, what you make of life, is no longer independent. You see, I mean, at the risk of sounding like I know, better because I didn't have social media in my life, I feel like I grew up making my own decisions and inferences about life, and they are very small little things. They're not big decisions, they're small things. Whether I want to take arts or science, or whether I want to do a certain kind of a course or not, what kind of clothes I want to wear. They came from within, or maybe my friends. Things that were visible to me within my periphery. Here, what's happening is that the exposure is so large and so unnecessary. There's so much unnecessary information coming at us. And sometimes in the garb of entertainment or harmless gossip, or, are ye to mazedar hai, this is meme material, or it's all highly toxic and highly unhealthy. What are we taking home? What are we taking back to our, core memories? What are we taking? That is what is important, and that is something that, is the dog wagging the tail, or is it the other way around? What is going on? I don't really know what the answer is. I don't know how people can curb that. The not so smart smartphones are not really our friends, if we don't know how to really put a leash on it and figure out personally, I've had to discipline myself a lot because there's a lot of time. Things can just really disturb you. And especially for young minds who are clearly, hormonally more impressionable. Yeah. They can't help themselves. It's very difficult. And sometimes the world is so harsh, so judgmental. I personally feel that, some systems need to come in place, some kind of online filters or online disciplining, perhaps?
I started out by saying also that, you're not just popular in India, but across the world. You were probably amongst the first in your peers to actually go abroad and, do a project like Homeland. The Lunchbox was so well received internationally as well. Interestingly, your co-star also did a lot of work abroad, the late Irfan Saab. How was that experience for you, Nimrat? Would you be open to do more work there? Or do you believe that also, I remember Dasvi, we were speaking, कि सबको लगा Nimrat Hollywood चली गई, India में नहीं काम करना है इनको. So are you open to doing more work then? And did you see a changing perception now about Indian actors being cast there as well? Because earlier it was कि अरे brown person चाहिए, token person चाहिए तो ले आओ इनको. Now that's changing.
Well, I think it depends on project to project. Or is it? Yeah, I think that is really the golden question. Firstly, I never intended on living abroad. I always want to work everywhere. Life has I think life has prepared me like that. Moving from place to place every 2 to 3 years. I feel like everything was always leading up to this. I just didn't know it. So yes, I'm always open to working anywhere in the world, and there's always conversations until something formalizes. And I don't just want to do bit parts here and there. One wants to be part of something that justifies your time, just your investment, all of that good stuff now. And I really do love working in India as much, if not more. There's nothing more delicious than being able to speak your own language and, connecting with the people I know as mine. And so, yes, Indian actors or actors of color, as we are called internationally sometimes. Of course, the demand and supply is exponentially higher and better because of, I think, the OTT world expanding so much. It's not called OTT abroad. They're just series and all of that. So I think it's only natural this, cross-pollination kind of happens. It's just expanded more now, and it's more visible because of so much more work that people are watching. How many of us watch Korean shows? Yeah. Did we ever talk about that? No, we didn't. There is just so much going on that, is very interesting.
Okay. Well, before we, of course, end and head straight into the Shakti Awards and the Honorable Chief Minister's session, we'll end with a quick rapid fire.
Go for it.
Ready? Your favorite, you answered this earlier, but favorite cuisine?
But mama's food. My mom makes.
अच्छा मम्मा जो भी वो बनाए mama's cuisine.
Yes, mama's cuisine.
Beaches person, mountains person.
Mountains, taller the better.
Okay. Favorite holiday destination?
Uttarakhand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. When I अच्छा उत्तराखंड के लिए देखो तालियां बज रही हैं. When I say Forge, what comes to your mind?
Home. Forge is home.
Yeah. True. And finally, then, style to you. What does that mean?
Originality. Style is originality, and not trying to be something you're not, or emulating someone you're not.
And are you someone who also watches projects and says, I wish I was in that, or no?
I am in those projects.
What a way to end. Fantastic. And let's hope that continues, Nimrat Kaur. Let's hope you continue doing these path-breaking projects. Congratulations to you once again on winning the NewsX Shakti Award for Excellence today at our ceremony. Thank you very much. Let's hear it for Nimrat Kaur, our special guest for this session.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour, at night.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation. All right, so breaking news coming in. China welcomes Prime Minister Modi's visit. In fact, we are learning that the gathering of solidarity, friendship is welcomed. China has also gone on to say that new stage of high quality development will be the focus because of this visit. Ajay Jandyal, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Ajay, how should we look at this visit by Prime Minister Modi, considering that Donald Trump is breathing down heavily on India when it comes to tariffs and trade?
Yes, this visit is going to be very important, because what we have seen that in the recent past, when America started, placing tariff on India, that shows that what is going on in the mind of the Trump. But when it comes to the SCO meet, I believe that it is also going to create trouble in mind of US as well as the Trump, especially. You see that what is going to happen, that China is going to host this SCO summit and in Tianjin, and from 31st to 1st of September. And PM Modi is also invited for the same, and China is going to welcome Prime Minister Modi in this summit. So this means that Middle East, which basically was US basically beat China, Russia, as well as Iran, as I said, during the recent conflict between Iran, America, and Israel. America was basically worried. So when they started doing it and SCO meet come, that is going to definitely make Trump and the US tense again. That's what he has to do, and whether he has to take their orders of imposing tariff on India, he has to take the order back, or he has to go with it in the future.
All right. Well, Ajay, appreciate you joining us. Well, a devastating cloudburst. Well, a devastating cloudburst struck Uttarakhand's Uttarkashi district on Tuesday afternoon, triggering a mudslide and flash floods in Dhalali village. The disaster has claimed 5 lives so far, with over 50 people reported missing. The rescue operations are currently underway, and the Chinook helicopters have reached the sites and are airlifting people for rescue. In the visuals coming in, we can see that supplies have also reached the sites, and the army, along with SDRF and army people, are being deployed to each and every state. Well, along with this, even the Chief Minister has been staying in Uttarkashi since the past 3 days and is personally monitoring the situation. The teams are constantly working in relief and rescue operations using heavy machinery like drones, choppers and also sniffer dogs. All right, let's take a look at the before and after images which have been sent by ISRO. In fact, I'm going to go over to the big screen. In fact, we will... All right, there seems to be a problem with the big screen. We'll have that figured out momentarily. Shubham, my colleague, is joining us at this point in time to give us more details about this. Shubham, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी जी बिल्कुल।
शुभम, क्या सूरत हाल है अभी उत्तरकाशी में? किस तरीके की मुसीबतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है एनडीआरएफ और एसडीआरएफ को भी, और जो स्थायी वहाँ पर जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेटर्स हैं उनका एक तरह से अभी क्या मिजाज है और क्या प्राथमिकता है?
जी बिल्कुल, बात करें तो आज जो है पूरा जो घटनाक्रम हुआ है उसका आज चौथा दिन है, 8 अगस्त का दिन है और आज जो है रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन आज भी जारी है लगातार। हालांकि जो है रेस्क्यू टीमों को लगातार सफलता मिल रही है। सबसे बड़ी मुसीबत जो शुरुआत से ये देखी जा रही है वो है कि रोड कनेक्टिविटी ना हो पाना, क्योंकि रोड कनेक्टिविटी कई जगह से जो है लगातार टूटी हुई थी। हालांकि बटवाड़ी क्षेत्र से रोड कनेक्टिविटी टूटी हुई थी, बीते दिन इसको ठीक किया गया, वाहन आगे बढ़े और 1-2 जगह और इसको ठीक किया गया। लेकिन जो उसके आगे गंगनानी का क्षेत्र आता है, सबसे बड़ी जो है वहाँ पर हम कहेंगे स्टॉपेज वहीं पर हुई रेस्क्यू टीमों को, क्योंकि वहाँ पर जो एक नाग मंदिर के समीप एक 30 मीटर का पुल था, वो पूरी तरह से आरसीसी का पुल जो है डिस्ट्रॉय हो चुका था उसी दरमियान अब क्लाउड बस्ट होने से। तो ऐसे में जो है रेस्क्यू टीम आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रही थी। अब उसके लिए वैकल्पिक व्यवस्था की गई है। ऋषिकेश से वैली ब्रिज मंगाया गया है। वाहनों के द्वारा बीती शाम से ही लगातार वहाँ से उसके पार्ट्स पहुँचाए गए वैली ब्रिज के, और आज सुबह से उस पार्ट्स को जोड़ने का काम किया गया है। करीब करीब ये आधा हो चुका है और संभावना है कि कल तक ये वैली ब्रिज बनकर तैयार हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उस दौरान जो नीचे नाला बहता है, तेज नाला, उसको पार करने के लिए ब्रिज होना बेहद ज़रूरी है। ब्रिज के माध्यम से आगे पहुंचा जाएगा, जबकि आगे बताएं तो आगे भी रास्ता ख़राब बताया गया है। कुछ जगह पर रास्ता भी वॉश आउट बताया गया है, ढकरानी के पास और अन्य जो वहाँ पर क्षेत्र पड़ते हैं वहाँ पर भी। उसके बाद जो है हरसिल और तमाम क्षेत्र आते हैं, तो उससे पहले ही कई जगह पर रास्ते टूटे हुए हैं। इसके बावजूद जो है रेस्क्यू टीम लगातार हवाई सेवा के माध्यम से रेस्क्यू कर रही है। आईटीबीपी, सेना, पुलिस, एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ, प्रशासन, होमगार्ड, सभी जो बल हैं वो रेस्क्यू टीमों में लगातार मदद कर रहे हैं। लगातार जो है हेलीकॉप्टर्स की आवाजाही हो रही है। सेना की चिनूक और MI-17 हेलीकॉप्टर्स इसमें जो है बहुत ज़्यादा मददगार साबित हुए। जहां MI-17 और चिनूक से रेस्क्यू करके लोगों को यहां लाया जा रहा है। हेलीपैड मालती और हेलीपैड भटवाड़ी में लाया गया और वहां से जो है आगे उनको स्वास्थ्य चेकअप करवा के आगे भेजा गया। वहीं जो बात करें ये चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर से जो भारी मशीनें हैं उनको भी वहां पर पहुंचाया गया, जो धराली का क्षेत्र है, हरसिल का क्षेत्र है। क्योंकि इस जब क्लाउड बस्ट वहाँ पर पाया गया तो क्लाउड बस्ट में जो है जो कनेक्टिविटी है, चाहे वो बिजली की कनेक्टिविटी हो, चाहे वो संचार माध्यमों की कनेक्टिविटी हो, जियो BSNL पूरी तरह से डिस्ट्रॉय हो चुके थे। उसको देखते हुए अब VSAT एक वहाँ पर मशीन पहुँचाई गई है चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर के माध्यम से, जिससे कि वहाँ पर कनेक्टिविटी थोड़ी बहाल हुई है। हरसिल के पास के क्षेत्र में कनेक्टिविटी को थोड़ा बहाल कर दिया गया है। इसके साथ ही हम बताएं तो कनेक्टिविटी बहाल करने के साथ जो वहाँ पर बिजली की समस्या थी उसके लिए जो है 125 kV का जो है जेनसेट वहाँ पर पहुँचाया गया है। अन्य जेनसेट भी जो है होल्डिंग में रखे गए हैं और जैसे ही आपातकालीन स्थिति पड़ती है या उसकी मांग पड़ती है तो वहाँ पर उनको पहुँचाया जाएगा। राहत शिविरों में जो है ये जो वहाँ पर लोग फंसे हुए हैं गंगोत्री में, हरसिल में और धराली के नज़दीक के क्षेत्र में, उनको जो है वहाँ पे ठहरने की व्यवस्था पूरी है। उनको वहाँ पर फूड पैकेजेस, हम कहें बिस्किट, नमकीन, ग्लूकोज और ड्राई चने, ये उनको वहाँ पर दिए जा रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही आटा, दाल, चावल जो राशन है, खाद्यान्न लगातार वहाँ पहुँचाया जा रहा है। राजकीय इंटर कॉलेज में भी खाद्यान्न भंडार वहाँ रखा गया है और इन सब पूरी जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है इसकी खुद मॉनिटरिंग मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी लगातार कर रहे हैं। तीसरा दिन उनका आज यहाँ प्रवास का है और तीसरे दिन भी आज उन्होंने पूरे हालात का जायज़ा लिया। मालती हेलीपैड पे वो पहुंचे, जहां उन्होंने जो प्रभावित लोग थे रेस्क्यू करके जिनको लाया गया उनसे और उनके परिजन से हाल जाना, और इसके बाद जो है वो प्रभावित क्षेत्र की ओर रवाना हो गए दोपहर में ही। दोपहर में जब रवाना हुए और प्रभावित क्षेत्र के लोगों के बीच जब वो बैठे तो कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ा जो है मार्मिक करने वाला दृश्य देखने को मिला, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं लोग भय के माहौल में थे और परेशान हुए थे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपदा आई उसके बाद सड़क मार्ग बाधित हुआ। कहीं ना कहीं उनका प्लान अपने घर जाने का था, लेकिन वो जो है पूरा नहीं हो पाया। लेकिन जब मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को उन्होंने वहाँ पाया, अपने बीच मौजूद पाया, तो कहीं ना कहीं उनको सुरक्षा और तमाम चीज़ों की जो है एक आश्वासन मिला। और इस दौरान एक बेहद ही भावुक करने वाला क्षण भी देखने को मिला, जिसमें जो है एक अहमदाबाद की महिला जो यहाँ पर गंगोत्री में आई थी और दर्शन करने के बाद वापस जा रही थी, लेकिन यहाँ पर जो है उनको फंस गई इस क्लाउड बस्ट के जरिए। उन्होंने जो है अपनी, क्योंकि कल रक्षाबंधन का त्यौहार भी है, उन्होंने अपनी जो है साड़ी का एक टुकड़ा फाड़ा और मुख्यमंत्री के हाथ पर एक राखी के तौर पे बांधा। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये जो दृश्य है बेहद ही जो है बेहद ही हम कहें मार्मिक दृश्य है, और कहीं ना कहीं ये प्रदेश के नेतृत्व को भी दर्शाता है कि प्रदेश का नेतृत्व कितना ज़्यादा जो है इसमें अति संवेदनशील है और रेस्क्यू कार्य किया जा रहा है। इसके साथ हम आपको बताएं तो तमाम तरह की
बने रहिए। ब्रिगेडियर बीके खन्ना, member of the UNDRR Arise Global Board, is also joining us. He's a disaster management expert. Mr. Sudhir Krishna, former Secretary, Urban Development, Chairman Committee on Standards for Smart Cities, is also with us on the program. Brigadier Khanna, well, the rescue operation is on, but so far it is being communicated, sir, that only 5 people have lost their life. Is this standard to not declare anyone dead until that missing number is not confirmed with bodies?
Thank you very much for getting me on your channel. This is in fact a good sign rather for the 5 in fact casualties. In fact, for such a large disaster, this thing also is give a credit to the government, credit to all the response forces that they've been able to rescue, I think, more than 200 people. So that is a very good sign as far as the response is concerned. But I'm telling you one thing, so there is these disasters keep on coming. In fact, one after the other, you've seen it there, 2013, 2021 now also, and then but 2 months back also, in the same district, there was a cloudburst. Firstly, that I'm repeating it today, that this is not a cloudburst. It is supposed to be, I mean, as an expert, I can say that it is likely that it is a loss. That is a glacial lake outburst flood. Because if you see here, as the picture shows, that the whole mudslide is coming up from the top. What generally happens is there is moraine things, so a lot of stones and things, so they get in fact make some type of temporary dam, and behind that, of course, the water is there, which gets, of course, in the high altitude, the slope area, so they in fact, I mean, they get frozen. But after, in fact, because of a lot of rains, etc., so they break it, and then of course that's how that's one of the reason of the gloss, etc. will become there. It looks to be a gloss only as far as I'm concerned. Secondly, this thing said that there are 32. Of course, there are 32 lakes there, gloss lakes there. I mean, rather lakes there, glacial lakes there in Uttarakhand, and it can be any one of them which is in the high only. In the whole of the Himalayas, we know it that this is a very fragile mountains. We should not take it as a resource only or a scenic spot. We have to see, in fact, as economic, ecological, whether it is safe also, any of the projects which are going to have it there only. EIA, in fact, this is taken, but it is only on the paper. I'm telling you today, yesterday I was talking to one of the, in fact, who does it there from Bombay. He was telling me, he says, sir, most of the time it is basically on, nobody in fact gets us there only, signature kara lete pure wale, and then of course they give it. That is very, very bad. So that is unplanned project addiction. So the development which is taking place, should be restricted. Secondly, as far as the IMD concerned, they say that in the whole of the Himalaya, there is supposed to be one, early warning system. Early warning system, what is that early warning system here? That is basically the automatic warning system, AWS. And in the total of the Himalaya, you can say that there are only 160. There are only 100. So these are the like with the Doppler radars. They are only, so they are the one who will be able to give you the minute-to-minute information, of course, as far as the ecology is concerned. Because in the mountain, of course, the weather changes very fast, very fast. So my, in fact, take here is only that in case we want to stop it, because so we have to have a nature-based solution which is sustainable, which is cost-effective, and which can be adoptable. So this is the crux of the whole thing. And so otherwise we'll keep on facing such type of disaster every alternative years or every year or something.
All right, fair enough, sir. Let me also rope in, our other guest into this conversation as well. Sudhir Krishna is with us as well. Mr. Krishna, I hope you can hear me, sir. So the big question is, can we save more lives? Can there be more efforts put in to figure out how to, in fact, clear this area and make sure no more lives are lost?
I mean, I think presently those who are trapped inside the debris, it's very difficult to suggest something from here. They are experts, and on the ground they are doing their best. I'm sure whatever best is possible will be done, and from a distance we can only hope and pray, that's all. Because it's a situation where only on-ground situations will help. And they are doing their best. There are local authorities, where the central authorities all have joined hand, and they are doing, whatever best is possible. But I only want to kind of support Dr. Brigadier Khanna that, there is a serious challenge now. The challenge is that, we have to look into fundamentals, because a tragedy comes, and what we can do at that point of time is to talk of relief and rehabilitation, which we are talking, which you have also raised the issue, and which is correct also. But the question is, the moment the challenge is over, or the incidence is over, it is left and forgotten, only to wait for a next situation to happen. So I think, it's very, very serious matter. This area is in high seismic zone. It is, so to say, in zone 4, but very much adjoins zone 5. So therefore, I mean, nothing is beyond zone 5. That is all. So it is most highly sensitive. And the situation is that because of global warming, the glacial retreat is happening every year. 15 to 20 meters, the glacial retreat is happening, exposing the mountains. And Himalayan mountains have high slope and loose soil with debris. It is like pebbles and stones, and then enmeshed with the soil. So when it is exposed, and tree cover is also getting reduced, and then frequent earthquakes, earth tremors are there more than earthquakes. They loosen the soil, and then when along with that we are constructing roads, and many projects are going on. There is a program called eco-sensitive zone. The Bhagirathi eco-sensitive zone has been declared from Uttarkashi to Gaumukh, but the zone is just on, to my understanding, it has not been given teeth, because the programs are state level or national level. I mean, take the case of any highway program or the Gramin Sadak Yojana and so on. They're national programs. They have to be catered or tailored to the local requirement. What the local area has, require the road, no doubt. But the road design, everything, and so this whole has to be localized. How it can be done, whether there is enough staff, and whosoever is in the staff, are they sensitized enough? Have they been given proper training and understanding as to what is the difference between a road being constructed elsewhere and here, particularly the situation which is happening? So all that requires a wholesale review. I very much recommend that, and you are, Brigadier Khanna has rightly said, early warning system. But my concern is that 48 hours are over, and our satellites framework is not able to tell us exactly what has happened. I mean, satellites are the eyes, cameras, in the upper sky, and they should tell us. So therefore, where the early warning system of 48 hours, we are not able to tell as to what has happened. In fact, there are reports that there is no glacial lake outburst also. Some are questioning that. Some are saying, yes, it is there, and so on and so forth. So it is necessary to have international cooperation. Because the Himalayan region has got, other countries also. There is no harm in having international cooperation, in understanding what is happening to the Himalayas. So local efforts and national efforts and international efforts all have to conjoin. It's a very, very serious matter, and I think we should not lose any more time. Because, what is happening is that there are two extremes. On one hand, we have environmentalists who are upping development, and there are people who are opposing the environmentalists. So it becomes like, either development or, nothing. So it is not so. We can carefully plan. Definitely, we can find the need to do, development along with, sustainable development.
Sustainable development. I completely agree with you, sir. And we have some breaking news coming in. The Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Sharma Oli, has initiated diplomatic efforts requesting India to search for the 17 Nepali workers who went missing after cloudbursts and landslides in Uttarkashi. He stated, and I quote, "I am concerned about the tragic news that floods have caused significant loss of life and property in Uttarakhand, our neighboring and friendly country. It has been reported that more than 17 Nepali citizens have also been affected. Immediate diplomatic discussions were held through our embassy to facilitate their rescue. I pay my respects to all those who lost their lives in the floods and landslides and wish the bereaved families the strength to bear the loss." Shubham, my colleague, is still with us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Shubham, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं? शुभम, क्या जानकारी मिल सकती है इन नेपाली नागरिकों के बारे में?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए अभी रेस्क्यू का कार्य चल रहा है और जैसे जैसे आंकड़े सामने आ रहे हैं उस तरह से पता चल पा रहा है कि कौन और जो है कितना रेस्क्यू किया जा चुका है। अभी तक हम बात करें हरसिल से जो है 328 से 342 जो है लोग वहां से जो रेस्क्यू किए जा चुके हैं। हालांकि इस वक्त अगर मैं बात करूं तो इस वक्त जो है करीब करीब शाम का वक्त हो चुका है और मौसम जो है दिन के बाद से लगातार बिगड़ता चला जा रहा है। अभी इस वक्त हम बात करें तो यहाँ पर बारिश शुरू हो चुकी है, ऊपरी इलाकों में पहले से ही बारिश चल रही है। तो ऐसे में कहीं ना कहीं रेस्क्यू अभियान काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रभावित हुआ है, क्योंकि पूरी रेस्क्यू अभियान जो है हेली सेवा से ही अभी चल रहा है। बाय रोड जो है पुल टूटा हुआ है, इस वजह से जो है बाय रोड किसी भी तरह की सर्विस रेस्क्यू में नहीं दी जा रही है। हेलीकॉप्टर मौसम सही होने की स्थिति में ही उड़ान भर सकता है। ऐसे में जो है रेस्क्यू कार्य को कहीं ना कहीं इस वक्त जो है थोड़ा जो है हम कह सकते हैं कि स्थगित किया गया है, क्योंकि मौसम ख़राब होने की स्थिति है। इसमें ऊपरी इलाकों में लगातार बारिश हो रही है। लगातार जो विदेश के लोग हैं जो कि अन्य देशों से यहाँ पर फंसे हुए हैं, उनसे भी लगातार संपर्क किया जा रहा है और जो रेस्क्यू किए गए लोग हैं उनकी डिटेल्स धीरे धीरे आ रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं कि कुछ लोग इनमें से ज़रूर रेस्क्यू कर लिए जाएंगे। हालांकि अभी तक इसके संबंध में कोई आधिकारिक सूचना तो नहीं मिली है, लेकिन उम्मीद यही की जाती है कि जिस तरह से रेस्क्यू अभियान अपनी गति पकड़ रहा है और अगर मौसम भी ठीक रहता है तो जल्द ही इन लोगों को भी रेस्क्यू कर लिया जाएगा और सकुशल उनके राज्य या उनके देश में उनको जो है छोड़ दिया जाएगा। फिलहाल रेस्क्यू अभियान की कुछ इस तरह से अपडेट है। जैसे ही इसकी अपडेट होती है हम अपने चैनल के माध्यम से अपने दर्शकों को ज़रूर बताएंगे।
All right. Brigadier Khanna still with us. Brigadier Khanna, well, now that the rains have stopped, do you think that there is a window of opportunity with the government and the administration as well, and with the rescue operation teams, to make arrangements if something like this or even something closely similar happens, they are prepared? Sir, are you there with us?
The voice is not, we can't hear you.
Brigadier Khanna, sir, now that the rains have subsided, there is some sort of a solace in terms of the weather turning a little sunny. Is there an opportunity for the administration to make arrangements? Sir, can you hear me? Take a break. Break. Mr. Krishna, can you hear me, sir?
Say something, then we'll...
Mr. Krishna, can you hear me, sir? All right, we're taking a break at this point in time. We'll be back.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The first glimpse of the air.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The first glimpse of the Air India Crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
Really warm welcome. A huge round of applause for these glamorous, powerful, and vivacious women that have gathered here on our We Women Want platform. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'm going to just, Uday has introduced you all so beautifully, but I'm going to speak about you, your profiles, and the fantastic work that you have been doing for the past many, many years, and the achievements that you have been able to carry forward in terms of your legacy that you are leaving behind. So let's start with Suzanne Khan. Suzanne is an interior designer. She has been in the industry for over 20 years, and her latest project, the Charcoal Project, is something that we are very interested in, and we'll be talking about in just a short while. I have with me Shalini Pasi, an art patron. She's an actor and very famous now. She is a household name. But besides that, she is a philanthropist. She's an art collector, and we'll speak about all those things with you.
Sure.
I'm also being joined by Ritu Berry, a fashion designer, the OG of the Indian fashion industry. She is doing a lot of things, left a huge legacy behind in her 35-year career. She is the cultural and tourism ambassador of Uzbekistan, besides all the other big work that she does. She brought Khadi to the forefront. She is the advisor to the tribal ministry. In fact, when she started her career, and she was built the foundation of the Indian fashion industry and brought Indian fashion to the international market. She was the first Indian whose designs were, in fact, on the Indian stamp. She was the first Indian who put out her designs on the Paris Couture Week. She is the first Asian to head a French fashion house. So, it's exhaustive. And we're going to talk about it and, what a legacy that you have left behind. A round of applause for Ritu as well. I'm also being joined by Bahar Rohitgi. Bahar, a visual artist. We all know she is a lawyer and doing a lot of work when it comes to creative law. And she's trying to build a benchmark in a way that the artists in our country are appreciated, are given the right acknowledgement as well as recognition in the legal market. She's an art influencer. I'm going to put out some more information about Bahar. Bahar, we were just talking about it, and she's the biggest standalone artist who had put up a show. In India, her paintings, her collections are, across the world, from the official residence of the President of India to the royal family of Abu Dhabi. She is perhaps one of the very few voices who is championing the cause of art law she just very recently also gave a talk in Japan about American law, and which is something that does not exist in India. So she's pioneering that, and her efforts are, of course, lauded. And like I said, 600 collections all across the globe, and she's utilizing social media to propagate her collections, propagate what she believes in, and we'll speak more about it, Bahar, in detail, because she'll be the best person to explain to us what all entails in her very busy life that she has been leading. And last but not the least, I am also being joined by Garima Agarwal. Garima, thank you for joining us. She's the founder and CEO of MN Design Company, and we get to know you more, beg your pardon, Garima, and all the fantastic work that you're doing. All right, let's start our session, and Suzanne, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for that wonderful, wonderful invite and introduction, and I feel honored to be on a platform with such stalwarts of great accomplishments, and on all of us here, we are literally a room filled with the most intelligent, vibrant women, and I salute every one of us here first.
Absolutely, absolutely. I would like to talk about, first of all, the latest project that you have launched, the charcoal project. It's creating waves, and we want to know more about it.
So the charcoal project actually is my design company and my retail concept store, which I had established and launched in 2012. But in 2025, on the 26th of February, we launched a gallery version of the charcoal project in the city of Hyderabad. So it's a 35,000 square feet store, which is about product and creativity put at its best, all made in India, all created from our own homegrown Indian designers who we have as an Indian family of, putting together all the various materials that we've used. A lot of, heritage and lineage of people who have worked with my mom's, time of 30 years ago, who have passed on and come down with me in these 30 years of me being, an assistant to my mother, and how they have grown with everything. So I think that the Charcoal Project Hyderabad stands as a testimony of Indian, New India, and the talent of how well we can do today on a world platform as far as interior design goes. So I feel very proud of that.
I have to ask you, you come from such an illustrious family, the bigwigs in the Bollywood industry, right from your father, Sanjay Khan, your uncle, Feroz Khan, what fabulous stars. And, you spoke about your mother, Zareen, from being a Bollywood film actress, and then also, just dedicating herself in the interior design business that you are following her footsteps on, and your sisters are doing fantastic work.
Thank you,
Of course,
kind.
in the movie industry. I do want to understand, when you have such big personalities in your home, is there pressure to perform?
I think when you are surrounded by very motivated, real people, they may have their roles in public appearance to be what they are, but I think at home they're very real and they're very passionate about what they do. Each one of them, my dad, my mom, my uncles, my cousin, my brother, my sisters, all of them are very passionate and real. And I think in the end, when a woman is surrounded by a family that motivates you to be your best and to be financially independent, regardless of who you are, marrying or who you are connected with, that is something that is put into the genes put into your thoughts at a very young age. And I think that is what, all us Indians should always go towards, having a very strong sense of independence. And that comes from, I think, families, and who are, actively doing things from, whether they are the women in the family and the men equally. So yes, I think that it's not about pressure, it's about motivation that they bring into my life and into all of our lives. We motivate each other, and I think that is one of the sparks that keeps me on this platform today.
Fantastic. I'm going to move on to Ritu Berry. Ritu, where should I start from? 35 years in the industry. Like I said, I introduced her, the OG of the Indian fashion industry, taking Indian fashion abroad. Tell us about your journey. And you have given so much inspiration. You've been a role model to women, men within the country, outside of it, who want to be designers and do even a fraction of the amount of work that you have done in your career.
Thank you, Meghna. Good morning, everyone. I'm very impressed that everyone is here at this hour. But I think, firstly, I want to congratulate this team for creating a platform like this, which is very important because it empowers and redefines power. It gives women a voice, not just a background noise, but a voice that makes a difference. So, going back to my journey when I started and I showed my first collection in Paris, global success had a very different address. And that address was not India. So I had a lot of, it was not easy. So it was, we Indian designers or Indians were great copycats, and we were considered so. So it took a lot of convincing for people to understand our strength, our creativity, and to convince them to take us seriously. And I think that's the fun of doing something, and I believe that empowerment does not happen in isolation. So when women get together, there is no, excellence has no nationality, has no gender. It's all about courage. And I think what I had that took me through was the courage to do something that nobody had done before, the courage to take on the world and challenge them that India is no less than anyone else in the world. And it's not that I've come from India that makes that difference. It's because I am that kind of woman who believes in her base, her heritage, her culture, and I fought it through. So I think that's what it takes.
I do want to know, round of applause, is a legend. And all of them are legends in their own rights who are presenting the very powerful Indian woman who's independent, who's empowered, and giving inspiration to hundreds and thousands and millions. I do want to know about your latest project, Escape.
So Escape is an extension of myself completely. After being in the industry for 35 years, I have to say I was a little bit bored. I don't like fashion if it's not my passion. So the business of fashion can get quite exhausting, and you can see global designers, global world. Everyone looks a bit fatigued, and that's why they take young talent to take over their brand. So I did feel that, firstly, I am very possessive of my brand name, so I didn't want to sell out. And I decided that I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. So Escape happened to me. I happened to stumble upon a property that is really special. It's about an acre of a beautiful landscaped forest and a retail space. We have a fantastic cafe run by legendary Miguel's in Goa. So you have an experiential experience where you get retail in a very strange, unusual way. You get coffee in a real 100-year-old trees, under a 100-year-old tree. So it's all very special, very different. That's what turned me on, and I said, this is what I have to do. So it's really not a planned, strategic business decision. It just was meant to be, and so it is.
I have to tell you, I've looked at the pictures. I would really want to visit it one of the days, and it looks stunning, inside and out.
And we have brands in our, at Escape. We have brands from India that bring glory to India. So there's a lot of handloom, there's a lot of handmade accessories. It's all about India and modern India, not, of old time. Everyone comes there, and the prices are so affordable that it's a pleasure to shop. So an experience of shopping is only fun when you can afford it and not see it on the racks. And that was the whole intention.
Absolutely. And what a tremendous job you've done. I'm going to introduce Shalini Pasi. Shalini, thank you very much for joining us. And, I have to ask you, I just said in your introduction, you've become a household name. Everybody knows you. How do you handle
now?
Yeah,
I feel like Tupperware.
How do you handle fame?
So first of all, I'd like to thank NewsX for inviting me to speak at the Shakti Awards. And I've been to so many award functions over the last 3-4 months in Bombay. I've forgotten how elegant Delhi women are. Like, look at everybody in the white saris. It's just, you are beautiful and stunning, and you like it's a pleasure to just see you in something which is so personal. It's so beautiful, and I'm so happy to be at a function in Delhi. So thank you.
Yes,
yeah, it's so true. It's so true, because everything is so manufactured everywhere, and I see this. Everybody's in their chanderis, in their satins, It's just beautiful. I'm so happy to be here.
Yes. Follow-up question on Fabulous Lives.
Sure.
You did such a tremendous job. People loved you for your authenticity and the charm that you brought to the show. Now, what's on the anvil? Is there going to be a next season, or are you going to make any television appearances, even films?
So, first of all, you said, how does it feel like to be a household name? So, the thing is that for me, working in the art field, being an artist, having a foundation, I had sort of reached a plateau, even with my work with UNICEF. And that is the audience I could reach. But here, I'm reaching a larger audience, and they are getting interested in the work I'm doing, whether it's with UNICEF or whether it's with the Art Foundation, which is MASH. And coming to the second question, yes, I'm doing a lot of, I've auditioned for a couple of films. There are a couple of shows which are in the pipeline, as well as I'm also doing small ads that gives me practice, because I'm not used to learning a script and speaking. So, and of course the money goes to charity. Yeah,
right,
for all
absolutely.
my ad work, yeah.
I think what has happened is that by doing that reality television series, it has brought to focus all the fantastic philanthropic and artwork that you have been focusing on, like you said, your work at UNICEF. So that gets brought to the forefront.
So it has powered, basically it has reached an audience like all over the world, and I have people who are so interested, like we have the MASH ball which is happening, and there are people who are interested to get involved in different ways. And it's also very exciting for me, because I'm meeting people who are like-minded from all over the world, not just India. So I feel I feel a new energy which has come into my work as well, and I'm so grateful for the unconditional love that people are giving me, because maybe I'm not that amazing, so.
No, you are, in every sense of the way. Bahar Rodgi, I'm going to come to you. Again, you're doing fantastic work. A visual artist, you are an art influencer, but importantly, a lawyer. And you've been using all of these skill sets that you have gained over the years and your creative work to build something serious and important for the artists in our country. And you talk about the paucity of laws that protect and recognize artists. If you could shed more light into it.
Firstly, thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be around women and be placed on this panel where women are not just shattering the glass ceilings, but actually rebuilding the rooms. And I'm so glad, like Suzanne and Shalini and Ritu said, it's a packed day, it's a packed audience, and it's a complete honor to be here. I'll go back to when I started my legal practice, and frankly, from day one, it was a very chicken and egg situation. I don't know what came first, the lawyer or the artist, because for as long as I can remember, I've always been a dreamer and a learner, and I've been creating since I was 4. And just cut to, of course, I realized because of the support system that we have for creative fields, one gets swerves towards careers that are actually supported. So the lawyer in me was the obvious choice. A little bit of background, because I do not post everything on social media, and my personal life actually does not reach there. But I was raised by a single mother. So while everybody has we all are some of our experiences. So as a result of which, I became that geek who was also a space cadet, because I was a cosmic nerd. So for me, energy and spirituality was as important as performing well. And somewhere that whole fabric within me of not just being a solo genius to prove, to my family or outsiders that I can stand on my own feet was the criteria. But a shared growth became the purpose from the very beginning. So there was no way that I could be a unidimensional person. So that everything, I just think everyone is the sum of their experiences, and I'm hoping the product now is greater than the sum of its parts. So how could I have not taken my legal knowledge along with me to support the very people that I truly get inspired by, but do not have the confidence to pursue it as a standalone profession.
Right.
So that's how the amalgamation happened.
Absolutely. And I do want to ask you, how do you pack so much in a day?
I sleep very less, which is not a good thing.
How many hours are you sleeping per day?
I think I got my training at Amarchand Mangadas. Sam, you really trained me for the best, because I can work for 20 hours every day. We used to be Facebook's counsel. I used to be sitting in Hyderabad doing arbitrations in Paris. So as a result of which, I'm so glad, because they prepared me for motherhood. Despite giving, I was in labor for 30 hours, but there was still not a single day that I did not work in my life. So it's fun, I'm actually very grateful for the journey, because there's not a single moment I ever get bored. If it's not being on social media, it's me being an artist. If it's not that, the moment I feel like there's a bit of a, this is not exciting me intellectually, I start looking at policies, and then we're working with the biggest names and giving lectures along with judges and telling them there's not a single case on royalty, because the artists don't even know their rights. So all of us are now a team of very, I think, focused people who are looking at how to create a structure and giving a safe legal framework to artists to create. For instance, I'm friends with a lot of designers, but not many of them know that the moment you create a design and put it on your catalog or social media, and the moment you create 50 of those items, you lose your copyright automatically in it. So one of my friends who was making her designs for 10 years, she's been making the same, very trademark skirt. It gets blatantly copied by Ted Baker. And of course, we'll all, up in arms to file the legal cases across the jurisdictions. But the only place she's not protected is in India, because of Section 19 of the Copyright Act. And unfortunately, artists and designers are never given the education, the requisite education to even know how to sustain themselves in a business framework. So I think the time has come, it is ripe that we move beyond the aesthetics, beyond what meets the eye, and give the safety net so that this is a sustainable market for everybody to thrive in. Not just artists, but also designers, cinematographers, filmmakers.
Right, absolutely.
Because people don't even know their performance rights, and I think we have to fill that lacuna now.
Absolutely. Okay, I have with us one more guest, Garima Agarwal, founder and CEO, MN Design Company. Garima, tell us more about what MN Design is.
Okay, so thank you so much for having me here. And I know all of them are wondering that who is she? So I think I'm a bit of all of you together. Yeah, so I was a lawyer working with Mr. Arun Jaitley for the longest time. And once I had my daughters, I became an interior designer. Yes, because I thought that creativity is an alignment of intuition, right? So I just had that intuition that if not law, this is what I have to do. And that's where M in Design came from. It's completely my baby for the past 16 years. I have been manufacturing customized luxury furniture. And we have been manufacturing for hotels and institutions for the past 16 years. And now we are trying to build hotels and collaborate with the brands, international brands for the same. And I'm a mother of 3 children. Yes, so I think it's just, I relate to the Shakti Awards, like the women are just real Shakti because we all work so hard to be where we are. Yeah.
Fantastic. I do want to know from you, was the transition from being a lawyer to an interior designer difficult and running your own business? Yeah. And what are the challenges that you faced?
So I was working with Mr. Jaitley, and that's when I got married. And I just got to know I have twin daughters. So my in-laws said that, you should come back home now. And once I was back home, I always had the urge to work that would not go from me. So I thought, let's look for something that I can still be at home, still look after my children, and yet have my name. So I started with interiors because for that I didn't really have to travel a lot. It's just my creativity that had to go places. And so I just shifted to interiors because that is something I really loved apart from law. People used to wonder when I used to wear that black coat, why do you do this? You always come like legally blonde to office. So I said, I don't know, I just love fashion. I just love creativity. This is what attracts me. And I think the switch was very easy for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It was a natural transition. It just came very naturally to you, of course. Your heart's calling. I have very little time, but I have a few questions for you all. We're doing a quick rapid fire, just to make things more interesting. And I'm going to start with Suzanne. Suzanne, what do you do when you're in a bad mood?
Work out.
Okay. And who do you call when you have to gossip?
I don't gossip. Like Shalini, okay. I must say, I'm a fan of what Shalini says.
I can vouch for that.
Okay.
It shows on your face when you gossip. So you should not gossip, I feel.
And finally, what is that one misconception that you would want to clear once and for all that goes around you?
I think that the one misconception that is that when you're a celebrity, a professional, like what I am. I'm a professional first, and the celebrity is just something that happened on the side. People sometimes mistake your technical knowledge or your intelligence or your background of your education because they think you just got it easy because of where you came from. But there's a body of work that goes behind all those years, and you cannot just hack it. Yeah. I don't think people can hack it for so long. Yeah. And I'm not that kind of person. So that's one thing that I would love to clear about my backstory.
Okay, all right. I'm going to move to Ritu. And Ritu, the same questions. What do you do when you are in a bad mood? Or it's a bad day?
So Suzanne's my twin because I work out too. Yeah. I get onto the treadmill and forget about everything else, and I blast the music, which helps a lot. Yeah.
Okay, who's the one person that you would, make a phone call to when you want to gossip?
Well, I don't gossip, but definitely I talk about things that bother me, and sometimes it's people, and that might sound like gossip. I do it with my mother.
And one thing...
She gets it right.
Yeah, mothers are your best friends.
Yeah, she knows I'm not gossiping, but I mean what I'm saying. Yeah. It may sound like...
And finally, one misconception that you would like to clear.
I don't know if there's a misconception, but I think people have their own conception of people. And I've always believed that life is the best answer. You can keep telling them what you are, but they will only believe what they want to believe. So I really have no answers, and I don't really prove myself. I let them understand it and learn for themselves.
Okay, all right. Coming to you, Shalini, what do you do? What is the first thing that you do to cheer you up on a bad day?
So I dance. I love dancing. So I dance and I sing. It's
okay,
like a
fantastic.
Relief. Yeah.
And who's the one person that you call when you have to gossip?
I have a therapist. I generally call her, or I just I just pick up the phone and I, just say that, this is what I heard and I don't like this and we've known each other and I'm pretty okay like that, and then it's out of my space and then it's the person's decision or whatever. So I actually just take things head on, I'm not like shy that, I'm going to talk about somebody and then I just like call them up and say, hey, this is what I heard about you. Do you want to fix it? In fact, I've called up people, I just our acquaintances, I've said, listen, this is what I've heard about you. Do you want to fix it? So that's who I am,
Okay. And finally, one misconception that you would like to clear.
None, actually. Everything is true. Whatever you believe about me is absolutely true. So please, I find it so hilarious.
Right.
I mean, there's so many things and I get so amused when I hear certain things, but I just love them. So please continue believing everything that you believe about
What
me.
you see is
It's
what you
all,
get.
What you see is not what you get. Everything is true. Everything you've heard is absolutely true. Or I'll make it true.
Okay.
In some time.
Okay, Bahar, coming to you. What do you do? The first thing that you would do on a bad day?
I am a big foodie. I love eating, and I also am a workaholic, so I love executing my ideas. So I just go within. I sometimes I work out. I love dancing as well. I love painting. I'm an action artist, so I have built a space for myself where I just throw paint. And I really enjoy my own company.
Okay, and
I love dancing, so I go out. quite a bit.
fantastic. So many
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
And who do you call when you have to gossip?
Okay, I really don't have time for gossip. I also find people very boring. I find my life a lot more interesting. So I really enjoy challenging ChatGPT these days.
Okay.
Because I like how it's programming itself as per our prompts. And even the prompts that I've not put in right now, it's gathering all the information that I put in 5 months back. So it's fun to actually catch on to that.
Okay, and finally, one misconception that
I
you
must
would
add,
want
my
to
sister is definitely around me all the time because I'm building 3 properties. I have to handle my child. I have to work on my art presentations and exhibitions.
Yeah.
So my sister and my mother are always there. They know they have no choice but to be my team.
Okay, fantastic. And coming to you, Garima, the same questions for you. What do you do when you're having a bad day?
It depends what time of the day is it. So if it's the morning.
Welcome back. Some breaking news coming in. An audio clip of an alleged member of the Bishnoi gang, Harry Boxer, has gone viral after Kapil Sharma's Caps Cafe in Canada was attacked for the second time. Harry Boxer has taken responsibility for the attack and warned filmmakers against working with Salman Khan. The gang has said that they have targeted the comedian because of his closeness with superstar Salman Khan. Harry Boxer claims that he targeted Caps Cafe both times because he had invited Salman Khan to his Netflix show. Shahid Ansari, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Shahid, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं?
हाँ.
Shahid, कितना गंभीर मामला है? What kind of a trouble this can lead to?
उधर देखिए 2 चीजें हैं कि सबसे पहले जो ऑडियो आया है, मुंबई पुलिस इस ऑडियो को जो है गंभीरता से ले रही है, लेकिन उससे पहले ये भी जानना बेहद जरूरी है कि क्या ये वाकई ऑडियो जो है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के गुरुओं ने भेजा है, ये एक अहम सवाल है। दूसरी बात है कि ऑडियो में जिस तरह से उन लोगों ने क्लेम किया है या मारने पीटने की बात कही है, तो ये बातें भी जो है इससे पहले भी जो कई मैसेजेस या सोशल साइट्स पर इस तरह के धमकी भरे मैसेजेस या कॉल या ऑडियो पोस्ट किए गए। अब जिस तरह से ये ऑडियो आया है, इस ऑडियो के बाद से जिसमें कहा गया है कि जो भी सलमान खान का करीबी रहेगा, सलमान खान के साथ काम करेगा, सलमान खान को सपोर्ट करेगा या सलमान खान जी से सपोर्ट करेगा, उन सब के जो है मतलब कि उन सबको जो है ये निशाना बनाएंगे, ऐसा इन लोगों ने कहा है। हालांकि आपको मैं बताऊं कि जो हैरी बॉक्सर का नाम सामने आया है और जो धमकी भरा ऑडियो वायरल हुआ है, उसमें कपिल शर्मा को सीधे तरीके से धमकी दी गई है। धमकी देने वाला खुद को हैरी बॉक्सर कह रहा है। इस ऑडियो के सामने आते ही हर कोई ये जानना चाह रहा है कि आखिर ये हैरी बॉक्सर है कौन और उसने कपिल शर्मा जैसे सेलिब्रिटी को धमकी क्यों दी, और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि वो है कहाँ। 3-4 चीजें हैं जो बहुत अहम सवाल है, जिसको लेकर जो है एजेंसियां जांच कर रही हैं, जबकि हैरी बॉक्सर जो है, इसका असली नाम जो है हरिचंद है और इसके पास जो जानकारियां हैं, एजेंसियों के पास जो जानकारी है कि हैरी बॉक्सर कौन है, तो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग से उसका कनेक्शन तो है, लेकिन क्या ये ऑडियो उसी की है या उसके नाम पर कोई और कर रहा है, ये सारी चीजें जांच का विषय है। और जी
All right, moving on. US President Donald Trump has said there will be no trade negotiations with India until a dispute over tariffs is resolved, following his administration's decision to double tariffs on Indian imports. When pressed by ANI at the Oval Office whether he expected talks to resume in light of the new 50% tariff, no, not until we get it resolved, was the reply. This comes as Russia, China and Brazil have all come out in support of India, calling Trump's moves illegal and even advise India to not bow down to the bully. The Prime Minister, without mincing any words, refused to bow down earlier as well. Let's get a conversation going and try and understand what does this really mean. Is this a stalemate that we are looking at? Well, Dr. Sharat Kohli, senior economist with us on the program. Professor Madhav Nalapat, editorial director of the Sunday Guardian, also with us on the show. Mr. Gautam Mukherjee, senior journalist, joins us on the program. Mr. Raymond Vickery, former US Assistant Secretary of Commerce. He's joining us all the way from Washington, D.C. Mr. Andrew Latham, Professor of International Relations, is also joining us from Washington, D.C. at this point in time. Professor Nalapat, sir, I will begin with you. Well, you know, a lot has been said about how trade is going to be impacted. It is also being said that India is likely to, in fact, forego or lose 1.5% of its GDP if this kind of an ecosystem is promulgated by Donald Trump. Where do you stand on this? And what is going to become of Donald Trump's antics and tactics when it comes to arm twisting India into getting his way?
Well, frankly, I can't understand it. Something seems to have triggered a lot of negativity in President Trump about India, and he's trying to punish the entire country. I mean, I don't know what the reason is, but quite frankly, what he's conducting now is nothing short of an economic war on India. It's not just a tariff war, it's an economic war. And why he would do that to the world's largest democracy in terms of population, why he would do that to a partner country in the Quad, why he would do that to a country that's in the front line against China. And in fact, Indian soldiers have paid with their lives in confronting Chinese soldiers who also have suffered similar casualties. I mean, I cannot understand why he's doing all this. And not, of course, let us only hope for the best. In the case of some country like Japan, he has made some threats and he has pulled back. But this entire series of threats is not working to the benefit of the United States. It's creating a feeling the United States is not just unreliable, it's downright dangerous. And if I may say so, I think it's high time President Trump smell the coffee and understand that, I mean, this kind of behavior is not suitable for a man with the awesome responsibility and power that he has been given by the US electorate. So I want to say, Vineet, that frankly, it's incomprehensible to me. I mean, President Trump was a very determined person. He had very clear views. Now he seems to be going all over the place. And I just can't make it out, Vineet, frankly. I just hope that he'll spring back to what he was. And the sooner the better, because frankly, he has declared an economic war in India. I mean, not in so many words, but in effect. And what the trigger for that was, I repeat, I don't know. But quite frankly, such behavior was not expected. And frankly, the people of India find it unacceptable, with the result that he's becoming less and less popular, more and more unpopular in India. And I don't know what's in the United States, but certainly in India, he's lost a lot of his popularity. So I just want to say, Vineet, I hope he comes back to the original Donald Trump, the real Donald Trump, as it were. And the sooner that happens, the better for the whole world, Vineet.
All right. Let me also rope in Mr. Vickery into this conversation. Mr. Vickery, sir, are you there with us? Mr. Vickery, the Chinese also, buy oil and gas from Russia, not to mention a whole host of other items as well. They have been given a 90-day negotiating window, whereas India is getting the short end of this stick. What's actually going on over here? Just like Professor Nalapat, the gentleman who spoke before you, most of the people in India, even economists like Dr. Sharat Kohli, cannot wrap their head around this demeanor this attitude and this disposition that Donald Trump has been showcasing towards India. What do you think that could be, sir?
Well, thanks very much for having me. I think that it is absolutely necessary that the United States and India, as the two greatest democracies in the world, work together on any of a wide range of international problems, whether it be China, climate change, health. All of these issues require India and the U.S. to work together. I must say that at the outset, one should not confuse the behavior of President Donald Trump with America. I don't think that anybody voted for the kinds of unreasonable and outrageous tariff approach that he has exhibited thus far. And you can see that his polls are dropping. We have an election here in Virginia for governor. It seems to me that his candidate is losing, and we have midterms coming up. So hopefully there's going to be some restriction on this. But what has to be understood is that President Trump, from the very first, has been a transactional real estate mogul approach to international affairs. There were many of us who tried to tell the international community and tried to tell in the United States that this was the kind of ego aggrandizement that produces absolutely irrational approaches because he's not in it for a relationship. He thinks he can get a transaction done and he will come out on top. And then he will move on to the next step and the next issue. This is no way to run an international system. He has already basically destroyed the World Trade Organization, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, so many institutions which have kept the peace and brought prosperity since World War II. And at this time, I would only ask that those of goodwill and rationality, such as Professor Nalapat and others, reach out and help the United States. I think eventually we will be able to right the ship here, but the damage which is being done, which many of us have worked on for 30, 35 years, could be irreparable. But I would point out that we have worked through low points in the U.S.-India relationship in the past. I think of the sanctions after nuclear tests. We worked our way through that. We worked our way through a Kopragardhi issue. And I believe that we can do this at this time, but it is going to require saner heads on both sides to be able to come to grips with this and set us back on the road of cooperation between the two greatest democracies in the world.
Fair enough. Dr. Kohli, bringing you in. Well, what happened to, Donald Trump's priorities? Geopolitically, wasn't China supposed to be, the arch rival here for the Americans? Why this leniency towards China? And in terms of, a strategic alliance, wasn't India supposed to be the next best thing that the Americans relied upon? What happened to all of that? It seems that, this system or this notion that we've been living for and living with for the last few years has been turned on its head.
Good evening, Vineet. Good evening to my fellow panelists and NewsX viewers. Unfortunately, I think there is a technical snag in your at your back end because we are barely able to hear you, although we could just hear the gist of what you're saying. But we appreciate the topic. We know what we're going to speak on, and I'm sure even if I would pardon if something specific is being missed out. But I think it's a self-destructive move, as my co-panelist said. You know, he's going to harm himself more than India, more than the rest of the world, and self-destructive in two ways. One, of course, he's harming his own reputation around the world. Second, he's damaging the economy of America as well. You know, the economic numbers in America, unfortunately, are not looking very good at this point of time. People are losing jobs. There are new jobs being created there. Small businesses are closing down. New investments, unless of course those investments are being forced to be made. You know, for example, the one that Tim Cook promised for $100 billion, and he very nicely announced, gave him a golden kind of a memento as well. He's going to do another $500 billion, but that's not the way, because why Tim Cook is doing it, because there are some exemptions when you make that investment in America. He still did, because the imports, which Apple, for example, does, they're going to be exempt from the tariffs. So that's the reason he's not doing, because he's overly enthusiastic to set up factories in America. The cost of manufacturing an iPhone in America is going to be $3,000 plus. And I think that is what Tim Cook must be having on his mind. When I saw those pictures closely, you can see the expression of Tim Cook as to how he's appreciating the award being given to him, how he's being forced into making investment. Poor thing, they don't have a choice now. But I think also what President Trump is doing, he's making the adversaries unite. We have the Indian Prime Minister traveling for the SEO summit after 7 years. Maybe that wouldn't have happened if the things were in a different shape. He's traveling. India, Russia, China coming together is not very good news for America, for that matter, both from a geopolitical perspective and from a trade or economic perspective. So he's knowingly or unknowingly bringing the people together who would probably not have gotten together otherwise in a normal situation. As for India is concerned, I think we already, the government of India, people of India, the exporters, they're already considering, you know, we've been talking of China +1 policy. Now I think it's time to speak about America +1 policy. By the way, I just saw on your screen that the news that India is pausing the buying of arms from America is fake. I think the
that
Ministry
is
of
fake.
Defense
In fact, that is the news that I
that's-
also wanted to address, that Reuters claim that India is pausing these purchases.
Yeah.
It is not true. These reports are absolutely fake at this point in time. Of course, a lot is being said and done, Dr. Kohli, about you know, this friction between America and the and us. Go on, Dr. Kohli.
Yeah, you see how the world media also takes advantage of such situation. You know, some agency or somebody might take advantage of this situation and start making announcements which do not have any substance for that matter. Well, India still doesn't want to, you know, sour its relations with America. America should keep that in mind. We are natural allies. One is the oldest democracy. One is the biggest democracy. I mean, I'm flabbergasted by President Trump's attitude and what he's been doing around the world. 60 countries being issued letters. I'm wondering what's going to happen to American inflation in the next few weeks. You know, it's going to go bonkers, as they say, you know, in slang, that inflation is going to go through the roof because all these goods landing in America, where either America starts manufacturing them overnight, which is not going to happen, else these goods are going to land up in America very, very expensive. What is the American people going to do? I rather like to know from Andrew and my other American respected panelists as to what are Americans going to do when you go and buy these goods out of the shelf, all kinds of goods, whether it's pharmaceuticals, of course, some of them may be exempt, but leather, footwear, textiles, you know, chemicals, there's so many things, you know, there's a long list of goods which are being imported from across the world. Of course, India itself has a very long list. I think it is time, if things don't get better, it would be probably a high time where India should start retaliating by imposing reciprocatory tariffs, because when China threatened America at that time of 245% tariff, you know, those crazy tariff numbers being revealed a few weeks ago. Well, China straight away said, we are going to levy reciprocatory tariffs for that matter. So I think it's high time that India might be considering that if things don't get better, we will probably have to get into action, although that will be the last resort, I feel. India would try its level best to see that things get resolved. And my concern, Vineet, is the 25th August talks, which was scheduled to be held between the two countries. those talks being called off. From the press conference that I heard President Trump speaking in, he said he doesn't want to talk about trade deal or the bilateral talks until the issue is resolved. So what issue can be resolved here? We cannot allow agriculture. We cannot allow dairy to have a free run here anyway. So I don't know what issues he wants. So we cannot stop buying oil from Russia because President Trump says. So I don't think there is any resolution to the issue which he's expecting. So it's very, very concerning. I hope some sense prevails on the protests sooner than later, Vineet.
All right, fair enough. Let me, in fact, also open Mr. Andrew Latham into this conversation. Mr. Latham, Donald Trump perhaps is acting out of the premise that, if India doesn't do this, this is going to happen. But the fact of the matter is that India has deep alliances with a number of other countries as well. And if this is the kind of attitude that is going to come from the Americans, India will have no choice but to feel cornered, and, it will necessitate some sort of a solution from within. India will have to introspect, and India will come out clean and perhaps more self-dependent, which the Americans may not like again. What do you think is the solution to this friction, this stalemate that Donald Trump has created, for world economies and for India, which is the fastest growing economy in the world?
Well, in the short to medium term, there is no solution. If we back up a little bit, Donald Trump is an artifact or an avatar of this particular moment in world history. The post-World War II Bretton Woods system with GATT and the WTO and whatnot, the rules-based international order, which until 5 minutes ago was called the liberal international order, is fracturing, fragmenting, and falling apart. This is one of those moments, those inflection points in world history. We saw one after World War II. We saw one after the Napoleonic Wars. I mean, these things happen, and new governance arrangements, new institutions, new norms, new rules, new practices get put in place. And that's where we are now. This is a moment of incredible turbulence. And I don't agree with President Trump, but what his vision is clear to me. He sees the world economy organized around a hub and spoke system, with the United States being the hub and all these bilateral relationships, not working through multilateral institutions anymore, not being governed by those norms, but trying to create something new. He doesn't have a sufficiently capacious imagination, as did the founders of the Bretton Woods system after World War II, to put in place something which is going to promote peace and harmony and prosperity. He doesn't have that vision. He's frustrated with India because his plan is not working. It worked with Japan, it worked with the European Union, it worked with Indonesia, it's working with Canada and Mexico. It's not working with Brazil, and it's not working with India, and he's frustrated. And he's throwing a temper tantrum. I don't know how else to characterize it. He's not going to get his way. I think he's finally realized that the internal impediments to a deal in India are sufficiently strong, that he's not going to get India to reform its agricultural sector. It's just not going to happen for domestic political reasons. And India has a fallback because India has a long history of multi-alignment. It's happy to do business with Russia, on and off, happy to do business with China, and happy to do business with the United States. It doesn't feel like it's one of the spokes in President Trump's hub and spoke model of how the world economy and geopolitics ought to be organized. And that's just infuriating him. Again, he doesn't have the imagination to see beyond that and to envision a global order which is in tune with the realities of today, doesn't get all nostalgic about Bretton Woods and about the GATT and WTO, but looks to the future. He's not capable of that because, as one of your panelists and one of my colleagues pointed out, he is at heart a real estate mogul, and he's very transactional. And this transaction is going south, pear-shaped if you prefer, and he's throwing a tantrum in response. What's needed is enlightened, big-picture leadership in the United States and elsewhere, big countries, prominent countries, growing countries like India. And unfortunately, we're not seeing that. We're seeing global leaders hunkering down, not visioning up.
All right, fair enough. Gautam, options for India at this point in time. And do you think with Donald Trump's ratings also suffering a blow in the last few days, this could just be a means and method of, distracting the people?
I think he's gone to great lengths if that's his objective, and it has harmed American interests almost as much as all the people he's sanctioning. In terms of India, we are certainly not going to buckle under these kind of pressures. There will be more. There's some on semiconductors, possibly some on pharmaceuticals, on chips. All this is forthcoming. However, the longer he carries on, the more the outlines of an opposing world order is emerging. One is BRICS, which was more or less a loose arrangement with an overweening Chinese influences now coming together for various reasons, with Brazil and India and others recommitting themselves to BRICS. Then the global south is gaining ground in Indian strategic thinking. The troika of India, Russia, and China is emerging. The longer Trump follows these very difficult to understand policies in self-defense, if nothing else, there is going to be new alignments which will push back. If his objective was to use more and more, sort of push back against the use of the dollar as a global currency, well, he's doing exactly the opposite thing. What was not really on India's agenda in terms of using yuan and rupee is now very much part of the thing. We can do trade with a lot of countries without America, without the European Union, and without NATO, and they're going to have to come to terms with that. This is a change of the world order being forced by Trump into an acceleration that perhaps the rest of the world did not want, and certainly India did not want it. But if it is thrust upon us, we're not going to lie down and fade away. We are going to. There are attempts now. Various people are saying that this is an opportune moment to have major reforms within India, push Atmanirbharta much further, and make many other reforms which have been, softly for many years under this sort of crisis. And all of this is going to happen. By stopping the trade negotiations right now, what does he expect? Does he expect the Ukraine war to end, in which case much of this will go away because it's all Russia-centric? But if that is not going to happen on, Trump's say-so, then we are at something of an impasse. And we are going to have to look elsewhere and try other things in order to keep going. Beneath.
Fair enough. And Mr. Vikri, coming back to you, sir, how has Donald Trump also brought the world back on the brink, on the edge of tensions that we were hoping would die down when he assumed office? I'm talking about Russia, Ukraine, I'm talking about Israel and Gaza. Here he is, parking a couple of, submarines, nuclear-armed submarines, or capable of carrying nuclear-armed submarines close to Russia. What do you think this is likely to turn into? The Russians are never going to back down from a threat like this. In fact, he's openly threatened Medvedev on social media as well, which Putin also responded to.
Well, I think it's a very, very dangerous time. The world sleepwalked into World War I, which led to World War II. And the parallels are very, very frightening here. I do believe that India and those of goodwill in the United States have very much in common. The values of democracy, rule of law, should not be abandoned simply for the sake of keeping India first or America first approach to international relations. But it is absolutely true that Trump got elected in part on his saying that he was going to, on day one, solve Ukraine, that he was going to solve the problem in Gaza. Of course, this was all untrue. There have been falsehoods, numerous ones, that he has used to buttress his position. I would say that those who are observing from abroad have to understand that the crisis here is not only U.S.-India or even world order. It's the order in the United States, because President Trump has attacked our judicial system, has attacked the media, has attacked institutions of higher learning. So we are in a state of crisis. I, as an American, have every reason to believe that we can work our way through it. The courts still have to rule on the legality, indeed, of the whole tariff system. There has been one unanimous decision at the Court of International Trade that he does not have that authority. That's been appealed and is being considered by the Federal Circuit. So the whole approach which Donald Trump is taking is not only to try to change the world order, but immediately to change the order in the United States. The whole constitutional separation of powers, checks and balances, First Amendment, all of that is under siege here. So I would again say India should not abandon its democratic values, its rule of law, and rush into the arms of authoritarian institutions and countries simply on the basis of crisis. This is an opportunity for India to step forward and provide leadership on the principles that have made it a great democracy. And that is the situation in which we find ourselves. We had hoped that Trump would chicken out again, and he may yet. But we're having to work this through, and we need the patience and support of other great democracies like India to be able to do that.
Professor Nalapat, the way ahead, India has about 18 to 19 days to figure this out. Should we give in? Should we figure out a way to dodge this? Or do you think we should request or in fact ask for an audience with the Americans? What's the way ahead, sir?
Look, Vineet, time is running out, not so much for India. India, as has correctly been said by Sharad, is now reconfiguring its manufacturing, is now looking at its regulatory system for improvement, and crisis brings on that kind of improvement, as you've seen in the past. The point is that time is running out for Donald Trump. I mean, I'm in very close contact with several in his own party who are completely, flabbergasted by what he's been doing. And very frankly, this is building up into a head of steam. So, if there is going to be a sort of sharper fall in popularity, if there's going to be a steep fall in popularity of Republican legislators who are very strong Trump supporters publicly, well, that's going to have an immediate effect, because legislators look for their own survival, and they're not going to sacrifice themselves for the president of the U.S. As I remember, one lone U.S. representative did for some controversial bill of Bill Clinton, and she told him, look, I'm going to get defeated if I vote for you. He said, no, don't worry, we'll look after you. She voted, she was defeated, and she was not given any help at all. But I'd like to say that time is running out for President Trump, and his own party is now slowly beginning to believe that something has gone, not completely right with the way he's acting. And I think, Vineet, one has to just write this out with patience. One has to look at options, but one has to write it out. And all kinds of other contacts are there between the US and India. These should continue, but we have to write the storm out. And very frankly, Vineet, questions are being raised in the United States. If Trump can ride out the storm he has created for himself. Thank you, Vineet.
Fair enough. Appreciate everybody who joined us. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but I'm pretty sure we'll have a lot of opportunities to delve as well as discuss these tariffs or what you call a big impediment in terms of the relationship between these two countries. We take a short break right now. We'll be right back.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of the
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet. Israel's Security Cabinet has approved Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's proposal to occupy Gaza City, situated in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Mr. Netanyahu stated, and I quote, we want to have a security perimeter. We didn't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. Along with this, the Israeli cabinet has approved 5 key principles or conditions to end Gaza war. Several world leaders have condemned the plan, and the UN has warned it would lead to more massive forced displacements and more killings. Well, let's talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the program is Ambassador Manju Seth, former diplomat, Professor Gilad Hirschberger, political psychologist from Reichman University in Israel. Dr. Shubhda Chaudhary, founder of the Middle East Insights platform, is also with us. Last but by no means the least, Shruti Das Gupta, foreign affairs expert, also with us on the program. All right, Ambassador Manju Seth, I'll begin with you, ma'am. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, there is obviously a need for Israel to show some sort of a pulling out when it comes to ending the conflict in Gaza, and that is what the world expected to happen in the next few days. But now, with Benjamin Netanyahu saying that he's going to be occupying this entire city, what does this mean for the friction that Netanyahu has faced when it comes to orchestrating this kind of an attack and this war? And is it going to make the problem worse? Or do you think that eventually Israel is going to end up governing Gaza as well?
A little difficult to say what will happen eventually, but right now, I think the situation has deteriorated in such a manner that the Hamas appears to be emboldened and strengthened, and are refusing to, release the hostages or even, talk towards a peace, move towards peace. And I think what Netanyahu is trying to do is to put pressure, and obviously it is with the tacit support of the US that this, plan of occupying Gaza city initially and maybe taking over all of Gaza. And then he even talks of handing it over to some Arab government. So it's all this looks like partly escalation of the war and also putting pressure on the Hamas, which doesn't seem to be in any mood to negotiate. But unfortunately, the killings and the deaths continue, and the humanitarian crisis continues, for which Israel does not, seem to be too worried for whatever, it's unfortunate. And the Hamas doesn't seem to be worried. So I think the Hamas needs to also, come forward. And President Trump says, "I've tried, and there was going to be a peace deal, but it didn't happen." And the fact that it's just carrying on and on and on, without, so Israel also is not stepping back, is not allowing itself to. To negotiate, or not allowing wanting to it is not showing its intent to negotiate and find a settlement to this issue. Given the current geopolitical sort of changes that are taking place around the world, and including in the Middle East, I think the situation is not very good even for Israel. And 2 or 3 countries like France, etc., have said that they will recognize a Palestinian state. I think is a message, and I think what Netanyahu is trying to say is that this is not acceptable, and at least as far as Gaza goes, it will come to us. And we will occupy it, and then we will do and hand it over to an Arab state, or we don't know what exactly they will do. And so it has become a very fluid and uncertain situation, and the war there seems to be no end in sight to the ongoing war.
Professor Gilad, the world is calling upon Israel not to do this. What do you think are the compulsions for which Israel needs to do this?
So first, I think that one of the most important points is that Hamas today feels emboldened. I agree with what Mrs. Seth has said. Hamas feels emboldened. They feel stronger than they were before, and it's very ironic that the more the people of Gaza suffer and the more the humanitarian crisis deepens, Hamas feels that it has the upper hand. And I think this can explain part of the Israeli response. The Israeli response can be understood in 2 ways. One way is that maybe Netanyahu is playing a game of chicken, which means to see who will be the first one to blink. He is raising the stakes and is saying that he's going to capture Gaza City and deepen the war. This is a threat to Hamas, and perhaps part of the motivation is to try to get Hamas to be the one to blink first and agree to be more reasonable when it comes to negotiations. But there's another option. The other option, which I don't think we can dismiss, is that Netanyahu really means it. And that in this case, Netanyahu will be taking an enormous, enormous gamble. It will be a gamble on the life of the hostages. It will be a gamble on the life of Israeli soldiers and civilians that will be hurt as a result of the deepening of this conflict. It will be a gamble on the humanitarian situation. I mean, humanitarian situation is already dire, but if the war intensifies, it will become even more difficult to provide aid to the civilians in Gaza. There's already much tension between Netanyahu and his chief of staff, Zamir, over this issue. The Israeli military is not at all keen on advancing into Gaza City. So this is going to be a huge gamble. And I want to believe that maybe the first option is the more correct and reasonable option, which is that he is playing a game of chicken with the hope that Hamas will blink first.
All right, fair enough. Shruti, is this going to be a double-edged sword, if I can call it that, for the Israeli government, as is when it comes to human rights violations? You know, Israel is being flagged and targeted and admonished and rebuked all the time. But the fact of the matter is that it was Hamas that attacked them first on the 7th of October.
I'm very glad, Vinici, that you brought this point out, that Hamas is the aggressor in this entire situation. The only problem is that Israel is, as an army, as the IDF, is responding to Hamas's terror tactics, and they are being called inhumane. No one is asking Hamas why they have not surrendered arms when Gazans are starving. No one has asked Hamas what they were doing by starving the hostages, killing the hostages that they'd taken to secure political capital in negotiations with Israel. So Hamas has been given this giant clean chit by every pro-Palestinian protester across the world, and this has, as Manjuji had pointed out, emboldened Hamas. If you know, on social media there are several channels that are now teaching other terrorists how to execute a October 7th like attack. The Intifada has actually globalized thanks to the entire narrative that the Hamas has actually won. Now, on the flip side of this coin, because of the pressure, and it is now looking like the IDF and 1,000 other experts had gathered together a few days ago, and they had issued a statement where they said that this is now a political war, it should come to an end because the hostages are not going to survive any further aggression from the IDF or Israeli government's cabinet's approval. So when this particular plan is put forth by Netanyahu and his cabinet, IDF has said they are fear for the lives of the remaining hostages. Barely 20 of them stay alive, and they know that if any aggression goes forth, if Gaza is occupied by Israeli forces, those 20 will not see the light of day. Nobody is going to come home. So last night, I believe, in Israel, they had to throw water cannons out at their own people, at Israelis, who were protesting and demanding from Netanyahu and his government to put hostages first and Hamas later. Right now, the price of every hostage's life has now been negated to zero. If this plan goes through, nobody will walk out of Gaza, no Jew will walk out of Gaza, and beyond that, any Israeli or Jew living outside of Israel is going to face aggression from the protesters themselves. So this particular war will go beyond the shores of Gaza and Israel. It is going to turn into a giant conflict where Jews will have to pay a price larger than they should be willing to be.
All right. Good points. Dr. Shubhda Chaudhary, I hope you can hear me, ma'am.
Thank you for calling me.
Dr. Shubhda, let's also understand that, on one hand, Israel has the option of walking out of Gaza, and on the other, it also has the opportunity to do what it did in 2005, which was install a new government. But look what that did. So this is a situation where Israel is stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea.
See, the first thing is that when two elephants fight, it is always the grass that suffers. Second, in India, even though we follow the social media, we do not know the languages spoken in Arabic, Hebrew, or the other dialects to have actually an informed opinion about it. There is massive criticism, protest, which is going on in Gaza by Palestinians against Hamas. This should be noted. That is the first point. It is not hegemonic, it is not cohesive. It is just a biased point of view to actually mention that Hamas, yes, Hamas, the leaders of Hamas sitting in Qatar do not value the Palestinian lives. That is why there's massive protest also. Is Israel also funding an opposition group within Gaza to protest against Hamas? Yes, it is also in the news. Every living member of Mossad, Shin Bet, police commissioners have written to Netanyahu stating that please stop it. The IDF reservists are not meant to carry it for 21 months. Next point is that 20 hostages who are still in Gaza. Israel and Gaza and Palestine is not bigger than Delhi NCR. Please let's not rebuke the idea of Mossad and intelligence saying that they are not able to figure out where the tunnels are. Let's not be so naive. There are so many revelations coming in the past couple of days where the military officers themselves are saying that the patrolling over Gaza on October 7th was diminished. New York Times investigative journalism has given an entire report of 80 pages where walls of Jericho, where Israel exactly knew what Hamas is going to do. There's a difference between intelligence, there's a difference between inference, I agree. What Netanyahu is doing right now is putting the lives of all the Israelis at risk. What is happening at the Israeli embassy in UAE? What is happening to the Israeli embassy in Greece? What is happening to the Israeli embassy in France? What is happening to the Israeli diplomats in Washington, D.C.? What Israel is doing, the long-term plan is threefold. One, Gaza marine field. It has massive amounts of oil and natural gas. Second, establishing the Ben Gurion Canal. Third is having the David's Corridor. Until unless we do not know the language of the people and have a very, very biased understanding of what is happening, without even traveling to those places, our understanding will always be jaundiced. And let me tell you, just recently, a delegation of Indian journalists went to Israel. They met Netanyahu. Netanyahu told to them that Israel does not want to occupy the Gaza Strip. And today the Security Cabinet has given the decision. Now, who is funding this? Why is it happening? Why the media is not being given the leverage to go to Gaza or to go to West Bank? What kind of embedded journalism is happening over here? What kind of narrative is being portrayed? Second, why? My simple question is that why are we not able to do any kind of humanitarian? The hostage families, can you believe it, are in a flotilla right now. The hostage family members who have been rebuked by Smotrich and Ben Gavir and the entire Netanyahu cabinet. What will they do? There are massive protests going on every day in Tel Aviv because they say never again in our name, because they are actually fighting for the survival of Gaza children. Is everyone in Gaza Hamas? That shows our limited understanding of the fact. Is the Columbia University protest and everything, are they not talking about the Israeli hostages? Yes, they are not talking about it. Are they running into the propaganda of Hamas? Yes. Their parallel realities can be true at the same time. But at a humanitarian concern, according to the Geneva Convention, according to human rights law, whatever occupation of Gaza, what kind of Arab government will take over? What is the sustainability of it?
Understood. I understand your response and your passion as well. Let me in fact rope in Professor Gilad to respond to what you have said. Professor Gilad, would you like to respond to what Dr. Shubhda has said?
Yes, I'll respond in two ways. I'd like to respond both in terms of Palestinian society, as far as we understand it, in the Gaza Strip, and Israeli society. So Dr. Choudary is correct that Palestinian society is not monolithic, and that not everybody is Hamas. We know that for sure. And if we follow opinion polls from October 7th to this day, and I'm saying this with some reservation because it's very difficult to conduct reliable opinion polls in the Gaza Strip during a war, but nevertheless, opinion polls have been conducted, and what they show is something very interesting. There has been widespread support for the attacks of October 7th right after the attacks, which means that around 80% of the people in the Gaza Strip supported these attacks. And by the way, we see the same numbers in the West Bank still to this day. But what has happened over time is that support for Hamas and for the attacks has declined, has gone down over time. And we can explain this by what I call frustration from aggression. Hamas launched an aggressive attack against Israel. It was seen as a heroic attack. It was celebrated by Palestinians. But then came the price. And the price is very dire. And the price is very difficult for them. And more people today are understanding that this was not a good idea. More and more people in Gaza understand that the price is too high, that the devastation is enormous, that it's questionable whether and how much time it will take Gaza to rehabilitate after this war. And we see more and more Gazans say no, that they do not want Hamas, as difficult as it is to say that today. So in a way, and again, quite ironically, the devastation and the war can open a pathway to peace. It's through frustration from aggression. It's when people understand that aggression does not advance their cause, that it will never give them what they hoped it will give them.
Fair enough, sir. Fair enough, sir. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for joining us. We have run out of time, unfortunately. And of course, this is a pressing, ongoing matter which needs to be resolved. We take a short break. Be right back.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
मम्मी, भूख लगी। ये 1 मिनट में नहीं 4 मिनट में आएगा। थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा पर सेहत को पाएगा। NDH सूजी वर्मिसेली पर सबका दिल आएगा।
NDH सूजी वर्मिसेली, सेहत भी स्वाद भी।
दीप्ति अरोरा जी सिर्फ 38 साल की उम्र में एक बीमारी से चली गई। उनके टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के पैसे उनके बच्चे की पढ़ाई में काम आ सकते हैं। पॉलिसी बाजार ने क्लेम के वक्त फैमिली का पूरा साथ दिया। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
जब भूख सताए MDH याद आए, सेहत और न्यूट्रिशन मिले, बॉडी क्या स्ट्रॉन्ग बने, थोड़ा खा के पेट भरे, डाइजेशन को ना दे धोखा, MDH सोयाटीन का चोखा।
MDH सोयाटीन बढ़िया नगेट्स, सोया चूरा और सोया चाप।
MDH सोयाटीन, असली प्रोटीन।
MDH।
All right, we begin with some breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi has dialed Vladimir Putin. President Putin briefed PM on the latest developments concerning Ukraine while thanking President Putin for his detailed assessment. Prime Minister reiterated India's consistent position for peaceful resolution of the conflict. The two leaders also reviewed progress in the bilateral agenda and reaffirmed their commitment to further deepen the special and privileged strategic partnership between India and Russia. Prime Minister invited President Putin to India later this year for the 23rd Indo-Russian Annual Summit. Ajay Jandyal, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Ajay, this is of course a good call between the two leaders, considering the fact that Donald Trump still breathing down our necks and imposing those 50% tariffs.
Yes, and what we have seen that after yesterday, NSA, Ajit Doval and Russian President Putin's meeting there in Russia, Moscow. Today, this is the first development that Prime Minister of India, he spoke to Putin and he said that had a very good, and detailed conversation with President Putin, and he said that I have thanked him for sharing the latest development on the Ukraine, and we also reviewed the progress in our bilateral agenda and reaffirmed our commitment to further deepen the India-Russia special and privileged strategic partnership. What we have seen that India and Russia basically is planning, planning in a defense sector, especially in a very bigger way, and that is going to further strengthen the relation. And in the next few days, it is expected that Putin will arrive here in India, and that will be a big development. And definitely, when America is imposing tariffs and increasing taxes on Indian import, that is definitely going to create some trouble in mind of President of America, Trump as well.
Ajay, appreciate you joining us. All right, moving on. After Election Commission hit back at Rahul Gandhi over his allegations of electoral fraud and asked him to sign a formal declaration, Rahul Gandhi has refused to do so. Sources in the Election Commission have asked Rahul to back his allegations and sign the declaration or apologize, as that would indicate he does not believe in his own analysis. Rahul Gandhi carried out a rally in Bengaluru today where he responded to the Election Commission and said that he has already taken oath in the name of the Constitution. The BJP has called Rahul's complaints peak of Congress's frustration of failures. With Rahul calling an open war against the Election Commission, does the poll body need to show further transparency, or is it just politics looking at unleashing anarchy in the country? Let's talk about that with our guest. Joining us on the program to talk more about this is Jasmine Sandhavalia, BJP spokesperson, Garima Dasani, Congress spokesperson, also with us on the program, Mr. Sandeep Chandra, political analyst, with me by my side in the studio as well. Garima, I'll begin with you. I hope you can hear me. Garima?
Pardon me, yes, I can hear you.
All right, Garima ji, appreciate you being here with us. Rahul Gandhi, of course, leveling those serious charges against the Election Commission, they coming back and saying, why don't you take an oath and, make this official? Why do you think Rahul Gandhi should stop himself from doing that? That's exactly what will also make his allegations true.
See, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. And I would say that I'm really proud of my leader. He's so brave enough to level so many charges, and with concrete evidence he's done that. See, the very fact that the Election Commission's reaction is so aggressive, they have labeled Rahul Gandhi's claims as absurd, demanding, legal declarations, suggests the seriousness of the allegations that Rahul Gandhi has made. Often institutions go, into defensive mode because their fundamental trust is challenged. But since when has, demanding an answer or transparency, asking for transparency become hysteria I mean, Rahul Gandhi ji has already answered what he has to answer when he says that, this is not an act of avoidance or an act of cowardice, you would say, but a stand grounded in constitutional principles. The oath taken in the parliament, all of you would agree that it holds greater symbolic weight than, than the electoral procedure that the election commission is directing him to or pressurizing him to do. But I see this as a gradual erosion of democracy. I see this as a constitutional betrayal. I would just, if you allow me, I would just put an incident which is 30th of January 2024. The presiding officer, Anil Masih, was caught marking ballots to invalidate them in favor of BJP. This was seen on video, challenged legally, and ultimately overturned by the Supreme Court, which reinstated the opposition candidate Kuldeep as the mayor and ordered action against the officer. The Supreme Court made a very high, severely, this presiding officer. The Supreme Court says that this action is condemned as a grave miscarriage of the electoral process. And the apex court also ordered criminal prosecution of Anil Masih under section 340 of the CRPC for his misconduct while officiating the polls. Now, this has happened in our country only. This has happened in Chandigarh. So why can't it happen in the other states? And Rahul Gandhi ji has given you concrete numerical evidences. So where does the question arise? It gives me goosebumps that what will be the plight if this Anil Masih has got such a severe punishment by the Supreme Court?
Okay.
What will happen to these three who are
all right, ma'am, you've
election?
made your point. I want Mr. Chandra also to come in and respond to what you have said. Mr. Chandra, going by what Garima ji said, there seems to be credible proof that, all's not well when it comes to the credibility and the accountability with which the Election Commission measures itself.
Viniji, thanks for having me on your show. You nailed the whole issue by asking this very important question. I would like to say, you see, Rahul Gandhi is behaving like, a person who's heading Apollo Circus. Now he has said that there is, vote management, EVMs are being manipulated. The EC has hit back and said that you sign a declaration, put your money where your mouth is, and he's refused. So who is the person to be blamed? Rahul Gandhi's, allegations are from day one. I would like to also point out, Vinny ji, that since the Modi government has, has been in power for last 10 years, there have been n number of schemes, for helping this country, the downtrodden, bringing up people, development of this country. Everything has been done very honestly. Mr. Modi is now the most proactive PM, most consequential PM, most honest PM the country has ever seen, or I would like to say will ever see. Now Rahul Gandhi, if he is so sure of his facts, he should now sign a declaration, and also he should ask for re-election in Telangana and Karnataka, because according to him EVMs were managed and there was bogus voting. So both his governments in Karnataka and in Telangana have come due to bogus voting. And in a broader context, Viniji, I would like to say that, what Mr. Modi has done for the country needs to be applauded. 15th August is not very far. Mr. Modi will be addressing the country from the ramparts of the Red Fort. Urgent meeting of the Union Cabinet should be called with a single point agenda, conferring the highest civilian honor, that is Bharat Ratna, to Mr. Modi, to be presented to him on the evening of 15th August. At a glittering function at Ashoka Hall of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Coming back to your topic, you see, not one scheme of the NDA government headed by our most honorable and respected Prime Minister has been lauded by the Congress. So this shows their bankruptcy. Rahul Gandhi means every time is criticizing. Which scheme has he lauded? There are so many schemes, and today, world leaders seek out, audience with Mr. Modi. Mr. Putin, one of the most powerful leaders on this planet, is coming down to meet Mr. Modi. Mr. Xi Jinping dialed Mr. Modi, please come for the SCO summit in China. And Mr. Lula also.
Let's stick to the topic, sir. Let's stick to the topic.
Yeah, now my topic is this, that, you're very right. Coming back to your to the topic, Vinit ji, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, why is he feeling shy of signing a declaration? Which means that he is not sure of his facts. If you are accusing, then you come out and say, yes, I am accusing, I am signing a declaration. Why is he refused to sign a declaration? This means that he is not sure of his facts. He is criticizing for criticizing's sake. And you see, it is like, a small child crying over spilled milk. Now, you have fought the elections. Governments have come, governments have gone. Do you mean to say that in all states where Congress is in power, EVMs were functioning honestly, and where it is not in power, they were managed? What kind of argument is this? This is a very childish argument. And I would also like to say that, when you make an allegation, back it up with concrete proof. There is no concrete proof. If there is concrete proof, you sign the declaration. My question to Rahul Gandhi and his Congress followers is, why is he not signing the declaration? Which means that there is nothing in this. The EC has come out, and very rightly so. You sign the declaration, दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी हो जाएगा. So why is Congress feeling shy? Every time you go on making allegations and then you back off. Recently the Supreme Court also pulled up that you have, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, you made wild allegations about our soldiers.
Okay, all right. Garima ji wants to respond to you, and then we'll go to Jasmine Sandhawalia. Garima ji, quickly, please. Garima ji, quickly respond.
Yeah, I think the gentleman was deviating from the very beginning. I mean, you have to counter with some proof, there was nothing concrete which he could say against Rahul Gandhi other than calling him joker or whatever, cry baby. But we wanted some concrete counters. I just wanted to ask that my leader has today tweeted and asked 5 very pertinent questions to the Election Commission of India. He has asked, why is the opposition not getting the digital voter list? What are you hiding? And why are the CCTV and video evidence being erased on whose orders? Why was bogus voting carried out and the voter list manipulated? Why are opposition leaders being threatened and intimidated? Has the Election Commission of India now become an agent of the Bharatiya Janata Party? These 5 very important and pertinent questions were asked by Mr. Rahul Gandhi today, and he tweeted them. But no answer from the Election Commission of India. See, I'm again and again I'm asking this to the Election Commission of India as a citizen of this country. We are in a democracy, we are not in a dictatorship. So you have to answer. If there are some ambiguities in your working style, you need to explain. You need to answer your countrymen that what were you doing? He has in a detailed press conference, one after the other, he's gone from one state to the other and told how these fake or voters were forged. 5 types of fake voters were found in the rolls, totaling of 1,250,000 fake voters in alone the Bangalore Mahadevpura assembly. So this is the case in one assembly, and this is a detailed work of 6 months. So you cannot call the whole Congress party a joker or the people working behind them mad or crazy people. There has to be some substantial proof, no? So that is what we are asking for. Why are you, it is not Rahul Gandhi who is avoiding the affidavit or anything. It is the Election Commission of India who is in a defensive mode.
Okay, fair enough. I need to get Jasmine Sandhawalia into this conversation as well. Jasmine ji, where do you stand on this? Obviously, the Election Commission is a body which has been equipped, because it's been so proficient, it's been so competent in what it does. It's also judged the Congress party on a number of states which they ruled today. Why do you think such an attack is warranted right before an important election is supposed to transpire in our country? And why would not Rahul Gandhi back his claims up with absolute corroboration here?
Well, I began my argument by saying that neither do I call Mr. Rahul Gandhi mad, nor the Congress party bad. In a democracy, they have every right to raise up important, pertinent issues, especially when it threatens the very democratic fabric of our nation. What the fundamental issue, what is pivotal here is to discuss is that being the leader of the opposition, Mr. Gandhi has, in a press conference yesterday, alleged and shown certain facts which he thinks are true and alleging that the election commission of this country, which is held in high esteem by every citizen of this country. After all, we are the largest democracy in the world, and this institution has exemplarily held elections with minor things which happen at booths, which is possible even in America and even in any other democracy. But the whole point here is when the Congress spokesperson says that why is the Election Commission asking the leader of the opposition when he alleges that these kind of frauds are happening? Well, why do the Gandhis have such a sense of entitlement? After all, the rules and regulations are same for every citizen. Under the rule of 20 bracket B3 1960, he has to give a signed document, an affidavit, saying that he is submitting this, that these irregularities have happened, and that is the procedure. So why is he avoiding the procedure? If the gentleman is so sure that what he is saying is right, he should have no inhibition. After all, under the rules and regulations, he has to be like any other citizen of the country. And to say that, since he has taken the oath in the parliament, he is above all. No, the rules and regulations for MPs also stay. After all, this is not a frivolous allegation which has been made. This is a very, very serious allegation, and it has huge ramifications on the democratic fabric of our country. I rest my case on that.
Okay, Mr. Mohammad Amin, former director of the Election Commission of India, also with us on the program. Mr. Amin, I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yeah.
Well, the Supreme Court, in 2018 also made, an observation and passed its own opinion of why the Election Commission cannot be muddied without any proof. What do you have to say about the Pandora's box or this entire problem that Rahul Gandhi feels the Election Commission is ignoring?
My dear, always we have seen all the opposition parties are having the blame against the Election Commission of India.
You lost him.
Actually, you see, whenever we are doing anything, like, for example, I can give it to you, for the EVM, they were having a lot of hue and cry, this is controlled by the systems. So, all the party was invited by the Election Commission of India. At that time, I was in their commission, to come and show me how you can hack the EVMs. So, no one has come. Always this time, commission, always all the parties are giving. That's why this time, Election Commission of India has asked Rahul Gandhi if he has any concrete evidences against the Election Commission, they can sign the paper and they give it to submit to the Election Commission. If they say these are the papers are from the Election Commission, okay, we have the Election Commission paper, but this is exercised by you, and then you have to take any objection, you submit with your signature, and Election Commission is going to take the action against whose officers are involved if these wrong things. So that's why, otherwise, who has made complaint, so they will be penalized. Our officers also penalized, maybe the civil servant. So Election Commission is very strict about that. Like the SIR, so many complaints are there. But till date, we have not received any complaint from their side. Like Maharashtra, I'm mentioning you, 89 objections were given in the draft list. But after that, no. Always they are having against the charges elected in the commission. But they are not thinking about their own, what they are doing for the public. And public are not giving the vote. So Election Commission is not responsible for any party. And Election Commission is a constitutional body. Never we support any party. We support Constitution.
Okay. Mr. Chandra, would you like to respond?
Yeah. What I would like to say, Vineet ji, that, time and again, when the opposition, Congress party included, they lose elections, they always talk about EVMs. Give me one instance where they have come forward and they have demonstrated this EVM can be hacked, number one. Number two, you, me, or Rahul Gandhi, we are all subservient to the Constitution of India. The rule says you have made an allegation, you now, sign a declaration and come forward. You were saying, I've taken oath. Fine, you've taken oath, but you give in writing. And then the election commission will respond to you. If your allegations are faulty and they're false, there is a provision under the Indian Penal Code that you are making false allegations and it attracts a jail term. Why is he fighting shy? You see, I'm very surprised. I'm repeating it. This is very important. When the opposition Congress, they win elections, EVM are working fine. When they lose elections, EVMs are not working. They should realize that under Mr. Modi, BJP is become a lean, mean fighting machine. They are, in election mode. They know how to conduct elections, how to win elections, and the opposition goes on crying foul. So you see, fact of the matter is this: some aberrations are there. Elections are held all over the world. But to make these wild allegations, why don't you put your money where your mouth is, and you sign a declaration that I'm making these allegations. If they are proved to be correct, strict action will be taken against the EC officials. If they are proved to be wrong, I'm prepared to go to jail.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Let's have Garmaji respond to what you have said. Garmaji, if there are provisions in the law as well, if there are provisions when it comes to the Election Commission of India being targeted for impropriety, do you think that Rahul Gandhi should first, attack them the legal way?
No, I think your political analyst has not heard him clearly. I don't think he's gone through his press conference at all.
I have gone through in detail, madam, word by word.
May I, sir? May I?
Go on, Garmaji.
See, he has emphasized the detailed numeric breakdown, duplicate voters, false addresses, resized voter list, designed to show that his allegations are not rhetoric, but data-driven. I mean, anybody who's gone through his press conference can make out that this is not an isolated claim he's made. Similar anomalies across Karnataka, Maharashtra, Haryana, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh indicates that it's a potential national scale pattern. So, and he's shown how this happens. He's already told how duplicate voters are made. He's told 11,965 duplicate voters were made in the Mahadevpura assembly. How fake addresses were forged, 40,009 cases of fake addresses. Then bulk voters in single address, that is 10,452 cases. Invalid photographs, 4,132 cases. Form 6, misuse of Form 6. And the incident that I quoted was also Election Commission of India, the Chandigarh incident, where this presiding officer Anil Masih was charged of, forging the or mishandling the ballots. So what I mean to say is that if we go back 20 years, when the elections used to be conducted with a ballot paper, it used to be conducted in one go, and now we have electronic machines. And in one state, we have 7 phase to benefit whom? If we have electronic machines, Rahul Gandhi ji raised this question that if technological advancement has benefited us, then why can't the election happen in one phase? Why is there the need of having elections in the state for 6 phases or 7 phases, even the Lok Sabha elections? It was clearly to benefit the ruling party.
All right, fair enough. We have run out of time as well, but appreciate everybody who joined us, and thank you everyone for lending your opinion. All right, some breaking news to talk about now. Well, in the latest updates coming in, the Congress party has called for a meeting with the AICC General Secretaries, in charges and heads of the frontal organizations. The meeting has been called for Monday, 11th of August at 4:30 p.m. The meeting will be held at the AICC office and will be presided by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. And the main agenda of the meeting is to discuss the nationwide campaign against voter list manipulation and election fraud as well. Anand Singh, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to give us more details about this. Anand, there seems to be a mobilization of the entire Congress behind what Rahul Gandhi is saying.
Well, look, the way in which the Congress has now upped the ante against the government and especially the Election Commission of India over the alleged voter theft allegation that has been put forth by Rahul Gandhi against the Election Commission on 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So clearly, the party has now called the meeting of all the general secretaries, state in charges, state presidents, frontal organization chief at its party's new headquarters in the national capital on 11th of August, that is Monday at 4:30 p.m. And this meeting will be also joined by Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, and several others. So clearly, the Congress is planning to carry out a massive campaign and programs against the Election Commission across the country to highlight that how the poll panel has been helping the ruling party in several elections, as these are the allegations that Rahul Gandhi has put yesterday also in a press conference. So now the Congress is taking up this cause with the people as it plans to make people aware that how the LA vote chori is being done by the Election Commission. So clearly, the Congress is not leaving this opportunity, as it has seized this time the opportunity to hit back at the poll panel, as they have not been hearing its several of the demands. Back to you.
Anand, stay with us. The Election Commission of India has made a detailed response to Rahul Gandhi's questions. EC has said that Congress' plea of providing machine-readable voter list was rejected by Supreme Court, and that any candidate can file an election petition to challenge his election in the concerned High Court as well. Anand, there are already precedents available when it comes to what Rahul Gandhi has shown concern for.
Yeah, Vinit, the way in which now the Election Commission has responded to Rahul Gandhi's charge, so it's very clear. It has mentioned that at the recent press conference, Rahul Gandhi repeated a tired script of 2018, and it was then Kamal Nath, the then president of the Madhya Pradesh Congress Committee, who was then the chief over there. In 2018, they tried to mislead the Supreme Court. This is what the poll panel has said by producing documents from a private website to demonstrate that there are mistakes in the electoral roll, in as much as same face was shown again for as many as 36 voters. So clearly, Election Commission has cited the example of Madhya Pradesh, in which the party had then shown several other photographs from the voter list that it had downloaded from some other websites and not from the Election Commission website. So clearly, the Election Commission is now trying to prove its point that the data and presentation which Rahul Gandhi...
Election Commission of India has also given a statement saying this, and I quote, at his recent press conference, Rahul Gandhi repeated a tired script in 2018. It was then Kamal Nath, the then president of MPCC. Today, it's the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha playing the same tune. In 2018, they tried to mislead the Supreme Court by producing documents from a private website to demonstrate that there are mistakes in the electoral rolls, in as much as same face was shown again for many as 36 voters, wherein the reality defects were rectified around 4 months ago, and the copy of the same was supplied to the party. This was made a ground to seek the searchable PDF format for electoral rolls. In fact, Anand, it seems that the Election Commission is not standing down, coming back at Rahul Gandhi aggressively.
Yeah, Vinit, look, the Election Commission has been very aggressive in giving its response to Rahul Gandhi over his allegations that how the poll panel was behind the vote theft across the country during the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. So clearly, now the poll panel has cited the example of Madhya Pradesh, that how the Congress party had then downloaded the voter rolls from some other website and claimed that how several of the photos of the voters were same, and how that list was then rejected in the Supreme Court. So clearly, the Election Commission has now backed its own data, that how the electoral rolls are prepared and how these electoral rolls are error-free. So clearly, the Election Commission is not going back, and it is also taking a charge at Rahul Gandhi, the way in which he has been firing salvos at the poll panel and the way in which he has been making elections. So clearly, the Election Commission is dubbing all the charges as baseless and false. Whereas it is...
The latest updates coming in, the Election Commission of India has released an official statement on the Kamal Nath judgment as well. They stated, and I quote, the Kamal Nath judgment gives a settled position with respect to the machine-readable document, and raising the same issues repeatedly shows that Mr. Gandhi has no respect for the Supreme Court of India's decision. They also say that Rahul Gandhi believes in his analysis and believes that his allegations against ECI are true. He should have respect for the law and sign the declaration or apologize to the nation for these absurd allegations. Anand, harsh words coming in from the Election Commission that Rahul Gandhi should show absolute proof or apologize.
Yeah, Vinit, look, the Election Commission has been very categorical while hitting back at Rahul Gandhi, as it has said that Rahul Gandhi must produce all the evidences that he has shown in his press conference while making a presentation to the media, where he alleged that how 1 lakh voters were added and those votes became the deciding factor in Karnataka's Bengaluru South Lok Sabha seat. So clearly, the Election Commission has asked Rahul Gandhi to furnish all the details of the voters whom he found that they were ineligible, or the voters who were removed from the voter list. And it has said that if he is unable to...
Joining us. On that note, we're taking a short break. We'll be right back.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड।
नितेश श्रीवास्तव जी सिर्फ 35 साल की उम्र में अचानक एक बीमारी से चले गए। उनकी टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के पैसे बच्चों की पढ़ाई और घर खर्च में काम आ सकते हैं। पॉलिसी बाजार ने क्लेम के वक्त फैमिली का पूरा साथ दिया। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
जब खुले खुशियों का खजाना, कश्मीरी पुलाव या हो बिरयानी खाना, जब भाई बहन को हो खुशियाँ मनाना, यही तो है MDH केसर का बहाना।
MDH शुद्ध केसर, खुशबू ऐसी जो दिल जीत ले।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूँ, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूँ, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
we need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Thank you so much for being with us, to our viewers who have stayed with us, and welcome to those of you joining us now for our next special session at the NewsX We Women Want 2025 Conclave and Shakti Awards. We are now with, of course, an achiever who needs no introduction, the founder and JMD of Balaji Telefilms Limited, and also Padma Shri awardee Ekta Kapoor is with us. Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us.
My pleasure.
You're, of course, being honored very, very shortly with the Excellence Award in Entertainment. What is your first reaction, firstly, Ekta ji?
I think there's no other award I think I deserve or I usually get is for entertainment. I definitely cannot get an award for fashion, so let's keep it to entertainment.
But you're looking very fashionable today, might I add as well.
I'll have to tell the one stylist who agrees to work with me, you said that.
Okay. What does style mean to you, though? Since you've said that now and you're looking fashionable, what does style mean for Ekta Kapoor?
See, style, I don't know. Style means, see, I work with brand. I think brand means having your own style and being what you believe. And it goes from what you make to what you wear to how you live. So fashion is not my brand. Badass is.
True that. And you are doing that every day. Let's now ask you, of course, about entertainment, as you said. That's what you're winning for all the time these days. Is that the mantra, you believe, of Balaji Telefilms Limited?
So Balaji is a public limited company. And I think we work with a very simple formula that we want to be more felt and less understood. So we're known for either extremely niche content like Lutera, Urta Punjab, Laila Majnu, or extremely mass content. So we don't like to be in a box. And yes, in any spectrum of content, we want to be entertaining.
I have to start out by asking you about then the content that's currently trending all over the country, the return of Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, Kyunki 2. I'm sure this is all you're getting asked for every day at the airport, everywhere. Pehle it was, kab aa rahi hai Kyunki 2? Now it's, tell us about Kyunki 2. So why now? Ekta ji, 2025, why now? You answered this, of course, a bit in that post that you put up.
So I think it's time. See, we had a few episodes left to complete 2000. And if you asked me what I feel so sad about was that a show that made all of us was pulled off air because of our war with Star. Now we're all friends. Everything is fine. The 25th year, Smriti and I said, let's complete those 2000 episodes. But let's not do it for nostalgia. Let's do it for impact. And she's like, I want to know you now as a content provider, like a creator who was at 25 making shows for families, an abnormally of sorts, you don't expect a 25-year-old girl, not married, making a show about a joint family system and living in a nuclear house unmarried. It was the most shocking thing of sorts. When I decided to do Kyunki, it was like I wanted to see what else I could bring in into this character, and I'm hoping like the very first episode we made Tulsi stand on a weighing scale. And for me, that was the ultimate moment that, you know, we're now close to 50.
True.
Perimenopausal, yes, we say that word loudly now. Having hormones to deal with, kids to deal with, multitasking, and the sword hanging over our heads, our hormones, and they don't support us, you know, it's true, they don't support us. So she is no longer fighting that battle, and she's losing it, and she's dealing with that, and it's a thing.
Yeah. Do you believe, yeah, absolutely, this is, you know, this is what, of course, impact is. And do you believe that films and television, the creative industry, can actually make a real impact in society?
I definitely believe that films, television can make an impact. But I don't make content only for impact, because then it's like telling the woke to see woke content.
Yeah.
The very, what should I say, enlightened see enlightened content. Unfortunately, those in the masses, they need to see what they don't know. So it has to be done in an entertaining way. So impact with entertainment is my mantra.
Yes. Also, you know, as far as these issues are concerned, do you believe it was a very path-breaking show even at that time? Let's not forget, at that time, many of these topics were not discussed in homes. Now we have social media and everything. So was it ahead of its time at that time, you feel? Looking back
Absolutely not. See, finally, I remember I met this gentleman I've said this before. This young writer, he came to me and he said, my dad hated you for 20 years of our life. He only said, I hate this woman, Ekta Kapoor. I said, that's a lot of hate for someone he doesn't know. And then the reason he hated me was, and I asked him, I said, why does your dad hate me so much? Is it because your mom took away the remote or something like that? You know, you hear these conversations, oh, the wives had the remotes. And he said, no, it's because for the first time, she said, if Tulsi can make decisions in the house, so will I. And she actually, what he called answering back, she actually had a point of view.
Yeah.
Now this threatening this huge patriarchal world, even in one home, for me was like, okay, we need to do this a little more. Let's finish the 2000 episodes, bang in with some nostalgia and hit it with some impact, and then close the show with limited series, like a limited episode format.
I was listening to one of your sound bites recently and talking about when you first saw her and when your mother discovered actually Smriti Irani, the lead star. Now when you look back at that Smriti Irani and the one today, kya badlav hua hai, and you know, does it literally feel like a different person?
That was. I agree with Shabana ji. So, you know, actually, Smriti is somebody who is very, वो पहले तो बहुत ही soft, shy, scared थी. आज she's the woman she wanted to be and she's become that. She's far more confident.
You said that, and I was quite surprised when you said that it was a timid, shy girl who came for that first audition.
Yeah.
And now you actually see her, you know, and we've seen her in Parliament in Delhi and at other places, and you say, was it the same person or not? But coming now to this success with K, ये कब आपको पता चला कि ये K जो है ये lucky है आपके लिए?
मतलब कि just think of someone who's 25, from 18. I know nothing else but making television. At 25, one show of mine works with K. Suddenly 4-5 people say that, you know, when we see K, we know it's your show. Marketing, branding is at its nascent stages in India. So I said, ठीक है, सब कुछ K में डाल दो. It's working for me. Of course, a lot of people thought it was my superstition. I won't deny it. A lot of it was that. Yeah. And a lot of it was that it was identification. A lot of people knew, okay, if it's from K, it is from Balaji, and it's a Balaji show.
Yeah, true.
So it worked for me in many other ways.
Exactly. Today, of course, you're being honored with this Shakti Award. Where does Ekta Kapoor derive her inner Shakti from?
So inner Shakti, I won't say, but I was always wanting to be on a stage where I have either Shabana ji or Javed sir in front of me. And today I've got this moment, so I would like to say this. Shakti, no lessons I have learned from everywhere around me. And one big lesson I learned from Sir, it's a golden rule now I've applied in my life. Golden rule. I saw an interview of Javed Saab and what he said there made so much sense. I now only take on wars with people in a war where I know I will lose or it will hurt me if I take on that battle. Never with someone I know will hurt them. Because that is the difference between ego and self-respect. So that is the strength or the lesson I've learned in life. I thought I'll always say to you because that's now become my simple mantra.
That's good advice.
That is, I saw an interview of his and I was like, oh my God, my eureka moment has just happened through a television set.
Yeah. You know, as you were saying, of course, you were talking about what someone said to your father. Was there ever a time when you were young that you wanted to be in front of the camera? Or did that
You see, I have a little bit of, if I'm anything, I'm self-aware. So I was one thing sure that if I ever decide to become an actress, my father would probably be the only person going to the theatre to watch the film. My full family would also not go. My mom and my brother would not. So like, I never wanted to be an actress because I knew that that's definitely not a talent I've got.
Yes. We've seen, of course, you know, your shows and your content at Balaji working over the years. Now, with the advent of OTT, Ekta ji, how do you see, you know, the entertainment medium, of course, going forward? Do you believe all of these are going to coexist together, or is there a war? Because especially in media, you know how the debate is. Is OTT harming theatres? You know, is that actually harming the TV medium, or do you believe everyone will coexist as long as it's good content?
Just imagine if you had only 2 weeks of a window to see a film, or then one more appointment viewing on a television channel. Or what would be better for a film or a piece of content? Having such a long shelf life on an OTT platform, wherein it can get discovered, watched, and then sometimes re-released also. Like we just released a film of ours called Laila Majnu that did far better in its re-release than its first version. So, I mean, I think the OTT is a blessing for any form of content. Let me say that again, any form of content.
As far as TV though is concerned, do you believe TV is not going anywhere?
Appointment viewing anyways was going to break down because it's the medium of television still pulls in the maximum viewers even today. Let me say that again. Maximum viewers even today. Not a patch is any OTT show to television. Not a patch. So television only now is consumed on various platforms. On linear TV, on connected TV, and on the OTT platforms.
We saw how, you know, the first day, that Tuesday episode of QK2 did on the TRP chart, so I absolutely believe what you're saying. Now, you were awarded, of course, the Padma Shri as well by the government of India. Padma Shri, and we have another Padma Shri in the house as well, Shabana ji. Padma Shri award मिलने के बाद क्या responsibility बढ़ जाता है आपके कंधों पे, or not really?
See, I always lived on the edge. As a person, I never wanted to fit in. For me, it was a big problem that my mom used to have a huge problem with me. She said, either you're making highly conservative shows or really not so conservative content. You have to control yourself a little bit. So I was like, Mom, good girls go to heaven, bad girls make history. She says, please, please don't be so bad. Now I got the Padma Shri and I was like, just imagine, Mom, your bad girl got the Padma Shri. So now, so after that, no, the responsibility I have only in my life is to do things that I believe in. After that, respect is somebody else's, and awards are what somebody else feels for you. That can change any day. Today they may respect me, tomorrow they may hate me. Today I get an award, tomorrow I might get a slap. As long as I am happy with myself, I'm good.
Absolutely. Now, as far as, of course, television is concerned, another criticism that sometimes comes in is that TV shows are regressive. You've answered those critics many, many times. What is your counter to them? Even today, who may say that?
Have you watched a show? Has anyone watched any television show? In the world we talk about TV being regressive, have they watched television? Or is it a comment that comes out of a clipping you've seen on the internet, you haven't seen the full show, or something you heard from a friend? Unfortunately, the people who say that TV is regressive have never sat a day with a little bit of empathy and seen lives beyond their own homes. There are wars that were won that you are now enjoying, and there are wars that women are still fighting. Sometimes what is fiction for you is reality for someone else.
Also now, we've seen how recently Amir Khan decided to not release his film Sitare Zameen Par on OTT. And he's actually created a YouTube channel where he'll have people, watch the film there for a pay-per-view. There'll be a charge for that. Do you believe this is an interesting new model? Are models constantly changing of content release?
Amir Khan is a national treasure. God bless Amir Khan, because the only person who can give up money for disruption is that man. And he succeeds or not, let's have the heart to accept that that man did what none of us could. Like I always say, it's easy to fit in. It takes a lot to stand out and say, I'm going to do it my way.
True. You're a woman who's truly broken all the glass ceilings, of course, in the industry, cutting across these different mediums that you've been speaking about. And you've cast women in lead roles when they were not being cast in a lot of lead roles in your content, in your productions. Have you seen the outlook towards women change in the entertainment industry over the decades that you've been?
I don't see the cast as women or men. These are great actors, or they are big stars. They just happen to be women.
Yeah.
I'm gender agnostic with my content. I mean, crew worked because there were 3 great actors. It's not a consolation prize. We broke not only the glass ceiling, even the box office numbers. True. Because there were 3 legit stars. To say that they are women and they will not get people into theaters is a disservice. And I don't think you can actually say anything. You just have to go and do it. And they did it. I mean, I have never just worked with women or given women lead roles. I've been honored to work with some great actors, and they've been in lead parts, and some great stars, commercially viable stars, and they all happen to be women.
Absolutely. There's a lot more content, of course, I'm sure, still coming out of your stable in the days, months and years ahead. But what is a legacy that you'd like to be remembered by? The Ekta Kapoor legacy.
Man, I don't know about legacy. I would like to say I would like to be remembered for, we hated her for all the things we love her now for.
That's a good one. If there were a name then for your autobiography, what would that be, title?
I think I would just say, well.
Okay. Or entertainment, you said at the start.
I'll say that the next episode, God knows when it will come.
Still coming. Okay.
Still coming would be, I don't know. I'd be blamed for that also.
Finally then, let's end with a rapid fire. Are you ready?
Absolutely.
Okay. Beaches or mountains?
Mountains. I have a winter body.
Social media for you is?
Waste of time.
How do you deal with trolls?
I mean, I've been being told from the time there was no social media. So, I mean, now I feel like it's like my alter ego. So I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Favorite cuisine?
I love food. Any cuisine. Ghar ka khana, bahar ka khana, kahin ka khana.
Okay. What's the last holiday you took?
I recently went with my son to New York.
Okay.
And me as a parent, I mean, I'm not a naturally easy mother. I and my son keep looking at each other. I'm like, we both are learning at the job. I swear we both are learning at the job. You being a son, me being a mother. So it was great. Great fun.
Okay. What's a superpower you wish you had?
I wish I could eat anything and never put on weight, to be honest. Nothing else I would want as a superpower. I really wish I could be one of those people who I don't know why I have such a good metabolism. I eat anything, I just don't put on weight. हमारे genetics पे क्या problem था? I don't know.
That's a lie.
I don't know what, how do I hear this all the time? I mean, where there's no genetics, there's Munjaro, but both are not for me.
But who cares about it? You put Tulsi on the weighing scale now, ab sab bhul jayenge.
That was actually my alter ego going on the weighing scale and saying machine kharab hai.
Okay. And finally then, for you, once again, as far as this award is concerned, excellence in entertainment, your last message to all your fans who are watching you today. You can see how packed the audience room is, Ekta ji, for you. What would you like to tell them?
Trust me, I'm really a bad example, so don't follow my footsteps. Look there, there's Shabana ji there. Follow her footsteps.
How magnanimous of you. From one Padma Shri to the other. Thank you so much, Ekta Kapoor, for joining us. Founder and JMD, Balaji Televisions Limited and Padma Shri awardee.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
Well, a devastating cloudburst struck Uttarakhand's Uttarkashi district on Tuesday afternoon, triggering a mudslide and flash floods in Dhalali village. The disaster has claimed 5 lives so far, with over 50 people reported missing. The rescue operations are currently underway and the Chinook helicopters have reached the sites and are airlifting people for rescue. In the visuals coming in, we can see that supplies have also reached the sites and the army along with SDRF and army people are being deployed to each and every state. Well, along with this, even the Chief Minister has been staying in Uttarkashi since the past 3 days and is personally monitoring the situation. The teams are constantly working in relief and rescue operations using heavy machinery like drones, choppers and also sniffer dogs. All right, let's take a look at the before and after images which have been sent by ISRO. In fact, I'm going to go over to the big screen. In fact, we will... All right, there seems to be a problem with the big screen. We'll have that figured out momentarily. Shubham, my colleague, is joining us at this point in time to give us more details about this. Shubham, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी जी बिल्कुल।
शुभम, क्या सूरत हाल है अभी उत्तरकाशी में? किस तरीके की मुसीबतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है NDRF और SDRF को भी, और जो स्थायी वहाँ पर जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेटर्स हैं उनका एक तरह से अभी क्या मिजाज है और क्या प्राथमिकता है?
जी बिल्कुल, बात करें तो आज जो है पूरा जो घटनाक्रम हुआ है उसका आज 4था दिन है, 8 अगस्त का दिन है और आज जो है रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन आज भी जारी है लगातार। हालांकि जो है रेस्क्यू टीमों को लगातार सफलता मिल रही है। सबसे बड़ी मुसीबत जो शुरुआत से ये देखी जा रही है वो है कि रोड कनेक्टिविटी ना हो पाना, क्योंकि रोड कनेक्टिविटी कई जगह से जो है लगातार टूटी हुई थी। हालांकि भटवाड़ी क्षेत्र से रोड कनेक्टिविटी टूटी हुई थी। बीते दिन इसको ठीक किया गया, वाहन आगे बढ़े और एक दो जगह और इसको ठीक किया गया। लेकिन जो उसके आगे गंगनानी का क्षेत्र आता है, सबसे बड़ी जो है वहां पर हम कहेंगे स्टॉपेज वहीं पर हुई रेस्क्यू टीमों को, क्योंकि वहां पर जो एक नाग मंदिर के समीप एक 30 मीटर का पुल था, वो पूरी तरह से आरसीसी का पुल जो है डिस्ट्रॉय हो चुका था उसी दरमियान अब क्लाउड बस्ट होने से। तो ऐसे में जो है रेस्क्यू टीम आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रही थी। अब उसके लिए वैकल्पिक व्यवस्था की गई है। ऋषिकेश से वैली ब्रिज मंगाया गया है। वाहनों के द्वारा बीती शाम से ही लगातार वहाँ से उसके पार्ट्स पहुँचाए गए वैली ब्रिज के, और आज सुबह से उस पार्ट्स को जोड़ने का काम किया गया है। करीब करीब ये आधा हो चुका है और संभावना है कि कल तक ये वैली ब्रिज बनकर तैयार हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उस दौरान जो नीचे नाला बहता है, तेज नाला, उसको पार करने के लिए ब्रिज होना बेहद ज़रूरी है। ब्रिज के माध्यम से आगे पहुंचा जाएगा। जबकि आगे बताएं तो आगे भी रास्ता ख़राब बताया गया है, कुछ जगह पर रास्ता भी वॉश आउट बताया गया है ढकरानी के पास और अन्य जो वहाँ पर क्षेत्र पड़ते हैं वहाँ पर भी। उसके बाद जो है हरसिल और तमाम क्षेत्र आते हैं, तो उससे पहले ही कई जगह पर रास्ते टूटे हुए हैं। इसके बावजूद जो है रेस्क्यू टीम लगातार हवाई सेवा के माध्यम से रेस्क्यू कर रही है। आईटीबीपी, सेना, पुलिस, एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ, प्रशासन, होमगार्ड्स, सभी जो बल हैं वो रेस्क्यू टीमों में लगातार मदद कर रहे हैं। लगातार जो है हेलीकॉप्टर्स की आवाजाही हो रही है। सेना की चिनूक और MI-17 हेलीकॉप्टर्स इसमें जो है बहुत ज़्यादा मददगार साबित हुए। जहां MI-17 और चिनूक से रेस्क्यू करके लोगों को यहाँ लाया जा रहा है। हेलीपैड मालती और हेलीपैड भटवाड़ी में लाया गया और वहाँ से जो है आगे उनको स्वास्थ्य चेकअप करवा के आगे भेजा गया। वहीं जो बात करें ये चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर से जो भारी मशीनें हैं उनको भी वहाँ पर पहुँचाया गया, जो धराली का क्षेत्र है, हरसिल का क्षेत्र है। क्योंकि जब क्लाउड बस्ट वहाँ पर पाया गया तो क्लाउड बस्ट में जो है जो कनेक्टिविटी है, चाहे वो बिजली की कनेक्टिविटी हो, चाहे वो संचार माध्यमों की कनेक्टिविटी हो, जियो BSNL पूरी तरह से डिस्ट्रॉय हो चुके थे। उसको देखते हुए अब VSAT एक वहाँ पर मशीन पहुँचाई गई है चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर के माध्यम से, जिससे कि वहाँ पर कनेक्टिविटी थोड़ी बहाल हुई है। हरसिल के पास के क्षेत्र में कनेक्टिविटी को थोड़ा बहाल कर दिया गया है। इसके साथ ही हम बताएं तो कनेक्टिविटी बहाल करने के साथ जो वहाँ पर बिजली की समस्या थी उसके लिए जो है 125 kV का जो है जेनसेट वहाँ पर पहुँचाया गया है। अन्य जेनसेट भी जो है होल्डिंग में रखे गए हैं और जैसे ही आपातकालीन स्थिति पड़ती है या उसकी मांग पड़ती है तो वहाँ पर उनको पहुँचाया जाएगा। राहत शिविरों में जो है ये जो वहाँ पर लोग फंसे हुए हैं गंगोत्री में, हरसिल में और धराली के नज़दीक के क्षेत्र में, उनको जो है वहाँ पे ठहरने की व्यवस्था पूरी है। उनको वहाँ पर फूड पैकेजेस, हम कहें बिस्किट, नमकीन, ग्लूकोज और ड्राई चने, ये उनको वहाँ पर दिए जा रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही आटा, दाल, चावल जो राशन है, खाद्यान्न लगातार वहाँ पहुँचाया जा रहा है। राजकीय इंटर कॉलेज में भी खाद्यान्न भंडार वहाँ रखा गया है और इन सब पूरे जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है इसकी खुद मॉनिटरिंग मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी लगातार कर रहे हैं। तीसरा दिन उनका आज यहाँ प्रवास का है और तीसरे दिन भी आज उन्होंने पूरे हालात का जायज़ा लिया। मालती हेलीपैड में वो पहुँचे, जहाँ उन्होंने जो प्रभावित लोग थे रेस्क्यू करके जिनको लाया गया उनसे और उनके परिजन से हाल जाना, और इसके बाद जो है वो प्रभावित क्षेत्र की ओर रवाना हो गए दोपहर में ही। दोपहर में जब रवाना हुए और प्रभावित क्षेत्र के लोगों के बीच जब वो बैठे तो कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ा जो है मार्मिक करने वाला दृश्य देखने को मिला, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं लोग भय के माहौल में थे और परेशान हुए थे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपदा आई उसके बाद सड़क मार्ग बाधित हुआ। कहीं ना कहीं उनका प्लान अपने घर जाने का था, लेकिन वो जो है पूरा नहीं हो पाया। लेकिन जब मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को उन्होंने वहाँ पाया, अपने बीच मौजूद पाया, तो कहीं ना कहीं उनको सुरक्षा और तमाम चीज़ों की जो है एक आश्वासन मिला। और इस दौरान एक बेहद ही भावुक करने वाला क्षण भी देखने को मिला, जिसमें जो है एक अहमदाबाद की महिला जो यहाँ पर गंगोत्री में आई थी और दर्शन करने के बाद वापस जा रही थी, लेकिन यहाँ पर जो है उनको फंस गई इस क्लाउड बस्ट के ज़रिए। उन्होंने जो है अपनी, क्योंकि कल रक्षाबंधन का त्यौहार भी है, उन्होंने अपनी जो है साड़ी का एक टुकड़ा फाड़ा और मुख्यमंत्री के हाथ पर एक राखी के तौर पे बांधा। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये जो दृश्य है बेहद ही जो है बेहद ही हम कहें मार्मिक दृश्य है, और कहीं ना कहीं ये प्रदेश के नेतृत्व को भी दर्शाता है कि प्रदेश का नेतृत्व कितना ज़्यादा जो है इसमें अति संवेदनशील है और रेस्क्यू कार्य किया जा रहा है। इसके साथ हम आपको बताएं तो तमाम तरह की
बने रहिए। ब्रिगेडियर BK खन्ना, मेंबर ऑफ द UNDRR अराइज ग्लोबल बोर्ड, is also joining us. He's a disaster management expert. Mr. Sudhir Krishna, former Secretary, Urban Development, Chairman Committee on Standards for Smart Cities, is also with us on the program. Brigadier Khanna, well, the rescue operation is on, but so far it is being communicated, sir, that only 5 people have lost their life. Is this standard to not declare anyone dead until that missing number is not confirmed with bodies?
Thank you very much for getting me on the channel. This is in fact a good sign rather for the 5 in fact casualties in fact for such a large disaster. This thing also is give a credit to the government, credit to all the response forces that they've been able to rescue. I think more than 200 people. So that is a very good sign as far as the response is concerned. But I'm telling you one thing. So there is these disasters keep on coming. In fact, one after the other. You've seen it there, 2013, 2021 now also, and then but 2 months back also in the same district there was a cloudburst, etc. Firstly, that I'm repeating it today that this is not a cloudburst. It is supposed to be, I mean, as an expert, I can say that it is likely that it is a loss. That is a glacial lake outburst flood. Because if you see here, as the picture shows that the whole mudslide is coming up from the top. Also. What generally happens is there is moraine things, so a lot of stones and things. So they get, in fact, make some sort of a temporary dam. And behind that, of course, the water is there, which gets, of course, in the high altitude, in the slope area. So they, in fact, I mean, they get frozen. But after, in fact, because of a lot of rains, etc., so they break it, and then of course that's how that's one of the reason of the gloss, etc. will become there. It looks to be a gloss only as far as I'm concerned. Secondly, this thing said that there are 32. Of course, there are 32 lakes there, gloss lakes there. I mean, rather lakes there, glacial lakes there in Uttarakhand, and it can be any one of them which is in the high only. In the whole of the Himalayas, we know it that this is a very fragile mountains. We should not take it as a resource only or a scenic spot. We have to see, in fact, as economic, ecological, also, whether it is safe also, any of the projects which are going to have it there only. EIA, in fact, this is taken, but it is only on the paper. I'm telling you today, yesterday I was talking to one of the, in fact, who does it there from Bombay. He was telling me, he says, sir, most of the time it is basically on, nobody in fact gets us there only, signature kara lete pure wale, and then they give it. That is very, very bad. So that is unplanned project addiction. So the development which is taking place, should be restricted. Secondly, as far as the IMD concerned, they say that in the whole of the Himalaya, there is supposed to be one, early warning system. Early warning system, what is that early warning system here? That is basically the automatic warning system, AWS. And in the total of the Himalaya, you can say that so there are only 160. There are only 100 automatic. So these are the Doppler radars. They are only, so they are the one who will be able to give you the minute-to-minute information, of course, as far as ecology is concerned. Because in the mountain, of course, the weather changes very fast, very fast. So my, in fact, take here is only that in case we want to stop it, so we have to have a nature-based solution which is sustainable, which is cost-effective, and which can be adopted. This is the crux of the whole thing. And so otherwise we'll keep on facing such type of disaster every alternative years or every year or something.
All right, fair enough, sir. Let me also rope in, our other guest into this conversation as well. Sudhir Krishna is with us as well. Mr. Krishna, I hope you can hear me, sir. Yes. So the big question is, can we save more lives? Can there be more efforts put in to figure out how to, in fact, clear this area and make sure no more lives are lost?
I mean, I think presently those who are trapped inside the debris, it's very difficult to suggest something from here. They are experts, and on the ground they are doing their best. I'm sure whatever best is possible will be done, and from a distance we can only hope and pray, that's all. Because it's a situation where only on-ground situations will help. and they are doing their best. There are local authorities where the central authorities all have joined hand, and they are doing, whatever best is possible. But I only want to kind of support Dr. Brigadier Khanna that, there is a serious challenge now. The challenge is that, we have to look into fundamentals, because a tragedy comes, and what we can do at that point of time is to talk of relief and rehabilitation, which we are talking, which you have also raised the issue, and which is correct also. But the question is, the moment the challenge is over, or the incidence is over, it is left and forgotten, only to wait for a next situation to happen. So I think, this very, very serious matter. This area is in high seismic zone. It is, so to say, in zone 4, but very much adjoins zone 5. So therefore, nothing is beyond zone 5. That is also, it is most highly sensitive. And the situation is that because of global warming, the glacial retreat is happening every year. 15 to 20 meters, the glacial retreat is happening, exposing the mountains. And Himalayan mountains have high slope and loose soil with debris. It is like pebbles and stones, and then enmeshed with the soil. So when it is exposed, and tree cover is also getting reduced, and then frequent earthquakes, earth tremors are there more than earthquakes. They loosen the soil, and then when along with that we are constructing roads, and many projects are going on. There is a program called eco-sensitive zone. The Bhagirathi eco-sensitive zone it has been declared from Uttarkashi to Gaumukh, but the zone is just on, to my understanding, it has not been given teeth, because the programs are state level or national level. Take the case of any highway program or the Gramin Sadak Yojana and so on. They're national programs. They have to be catered or tailored to the local requirement. What the local area has, require the road, no doubt. But the road design, everything, and this whole has to be localized. How it can be done, whether there is enough staff, and whosoever is in the staff, are they sensitized enough? Have they been given proper training and understanding as to what is the difference between the road being constructed elsewhere and here, particularly the situation which is happening? So all that requires a wholesale review. I very much recommend that, and you are, Brigadier Khanna has rightly said, early warning system. But my concern is that 48 hours are over, and our satellites framework is not able to tell us exactly what has happened. Satellites are the eyes, cameras, in the upper sky, and they should tell us. So therefore, where the early warning system, 48 hours, we are not able to tell as to what has happened. In fact, there are reports that there is no glacial lake outburst also. Some are questioning that. Some are saying, yes, it is there, and so on and so forth. So it is necessary to have international cooperation. Because the Himalayan region has got, other countries also. There is no harm in having international cooperation, in understanding what is happening to the Himalayas. So local efforts and national efforts and international efforts all have to conjoin. It's a very, very serious matter, and I think we should not lose any more time. Because what is happening is that there are two extremes. On one hand, we have environmentalists who are upping development, and there are people who are opposing the environmentalists. So it becomes like, either development or, nothing. So it is not so. We can carefully plan. Definitely we can find a means to do, development along with, sustainable development.
Sustainable development. I completely agree with you, sir.
जब खुले खुशियों का खजाना, कश्मीरी पुलाव या हो बिरयानी खाना, जब भाई बहन को हो खुशियां मनाना, यही तो है MDH केसर का बहाना।
MDH शुद्ध केसर, खुशबू ऐसी जो दिल जीत ले।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
मुरली जी के फादर का कैंसर का इलाज 3 साल चला। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने उनके इलाज का 1 करोड़ का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। बीमारी में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ही काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 360 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
जब जब भूख सताए MDH याद आए, सेहत और न्यूट्रिशन मिले, बॉडी क्या स्ट्रॉन्ग बने, थोड़ा खा के पेट भरे, डाइजेशन को ना दे धोखा, MDH सोयाबीन का चोखा।
MDH सोयाबीन बढ़िया नगेट्स, सोया चूरा और सोया चाप।
MDH सोयाबीन, असली प्रोटीन।
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
मम्मी, भूख लगी। ये 1 मिनट में नहीं 4 मिनट में आएगा। थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा पर सेहत को पाएगा। MDH सूजी वर्मिसेली पर सबका दिल आएगा।
MDH सूजी वर्मिसेली, सेहत भी स्वाद भी।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
दीप्ति अरोरा जी सिर्फ 38 साल की उम्र में एक बीमारी से चली गई। उनके टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के पैसे उनके बच्चे की पढ़ाई में काम आ सकते हैं। पॉलिसी बाजार ने क्लेम के वक्त फैमिली का पूरा साथ दिया। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet. Israel's Security Cabinet has approved Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's proposal to occupy Gaza City, situated in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Mr. Netanyahu stated, and I quote, we want to have a security perimeter. We didn't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. Along with this, the Israeli cabinet has approved 5 key principles or conditions to end Gaza war. Several world leaders have condemned the plan, and the UN has warned it would lead to more massive forced displacements and more killings. Well, let's talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the program is Ambassador Manju Seth, former diplomat, Professor Gilad Hirschberger, political psychologist from Reichman University in Israel. Dr. Shubhda Chaudhary, founder of the Middle East Insights platform, is also with us. Last but by no means the least, Shruti Das Gupta, foreign affairs expert, also with us on the program. All right, Ambassador Manju Seth, I'll begin with you, ma'am. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, there is obviously a need for Israel to show some sort of a pulling out when it comes to ending the conflict in Gaza, and that is what the world expected to happen in the next few days. But now, with Benjamin Netanyahu saying that he's going to be occupying this entire city, what does this mean for the friction that Netanyahu has faced when it comes to orchestrating this kind of an attack and this war? And is it going to make the problem worse? Or do you think that eventually Israel is going to end up governing Gaza as well?
a little difficult to say what will happen eventually, but right now, I think the situation has deteriorated in such a manner that the Hamas appears to be emboldened and strengthened, and are refusing to, release the hostages or even, talk towards a peace, move towards peace. And I think what Netanyahu is trying to do is to put pressure, and obviously it is with the tacit support of the US that this, plan of occupying Gaza City initially and maybe taking over all of Gaza, and then he even talks of handing it over to some Arab government. So it's all this looks like partly escalation of the war and also putting pressure on the Hamas, which doesn't seem to be in any mood to negotiate. But unfortunately, the killings and the deaths continue, and the humanitarian crisis continues, for which Israel does not, seem to be too worried for whatever, it's unfortunate. And the Hamas doesn't seem to be worried. So I think the Hamas needs to also, come forward, and President Trump says, I've tried and there was going to be a peace deal, but it didn't happen. And the fact that it's just carrying on and on and on without, so Israel also is not stepping back, is not allowing itself to, to negotiate, or not allowing wanting to it. It is not showing its intent to negotiate and find a settlement to this issue. Given the current geopolitical sort of changes that are taking place around the world, and including in the Middle East, I think the situation is not very good even for Israel. And 2 or 3 countries like France, etc., have said that they will recognize a Palestinian state. I think is a message, and I think what Netanyahu is trying to say is that this is not acceptable, and at least as far as Gaza goes, it will come to us. And we will occupy it, and then we will do and hand it over to an Arab state, or we don't know what exactly they will do. And so it has become a very fluid and uncertain situation, and the war there seems to be no end in sight to the ongoing war.
Professor Gilad, the world is calling upon Israel not to do this. What do you think are the compulsions for which Israel needs to do this?
So first, I think that one of the most important points is that Hamas today feels emboldened. I agree with what Mrs. Seth has said. Hamas feels emboldened. They feel stronger than they were before, and it's very ironic that the more the people of Gaza suffer, and the more the humanitarian crisis deepens, Hamas feels that it has the upper hand. And I think this can explain part of the Israeli response. The Israeli response can be understood in 2 ways. One way is that maybe Netanyahu is playing a game of chicken, which means to see who will be the first one to blink. He is raising the stakes and is saying that he's going to capture Gaza City and deepen the war. This is a threat to Hamas, and perhaps part of the motivation is to try to get Hamas to be the one to blink first and agree to be more reasonable when it comes to negotiations. But there's another option. The other option, which I don't think we can dismiss, is that Netanyahu really means it. And that in this case, Netanyahu will be taking an enormous, enormous gamble. It will be a gamble on the life of the hostages. It will be a gamble on the life of Israeli soldiers and civilians that will be hurt as a result of the deepening of this conflict. It will be a gamble on the humanitarian situation. The humanitarian situation is already dire, but if the war intensifies, it will become even more difficult to provide aid to the civilians in Gaza. There's already much tension between Netanyahu and his chief of staff, Zamir, over this issue. The Israeli military is not at all keen on advancing into Gaza City. So this is going to be a huge gamble. And I want to believe that maybe the first option is the more correct and reasonable option, which is that he is playing a game of chicken with the hope that Hamas will blink first.
All right. Fair enough. Shruti, is this going to be a double-edged sword, if I can call it that, for the Israeli government, as is when it comes to human rights violations? You know, Israel is being flagged and targeted and admonished and rebuked all the time. But the fact of the matter is that it was Hamas that attacked them first on the 7th of October.
I'm very glad, Vinici, that you brought this point out, that Hamas is the aggressor in this entire situation. The only problem is that Israel is, as an army, as the IDF, is responding to Hamas's terror tactics, and they are being called inhumane. No one is asking Hamas why they have not surrendered arms when Gazans are starving. No one has asked Hamas what they were doing by starving the hostages, killing the hostages that they'd taken to secure political capital in negotiations with Israel. So Hamas has been given this giant clean chit by every pro-Palestinian protester across the world, and this has, as Manjuji had pointed out, emboldened Hamas. If you know, on social media there are several channels that are now teaching other terrorists how to execute a October 7th like attack. The Intifada has actually globalized thanks to the entire narrative that the Hamas has actually won. Now, on the flip side of this coin, because of the pressure, and it is now looking like the IDF and 1,000 other experts had gathered together a few days ago, and they had issued a statement where they said that this is now a political war that should come to an end because the hostages are not going to survive any further aggression from the IDF or Israeli government's cabinet's approval. So when this particular plan is put forth by Netanyahu and his cabinet, IDF has said they are fear for the lives of the remaining hostages. Barely 20 of them stay alive, and they know that if any aggression goes forth, if Gaza is occupied by Israeli forces, those 20 will not see the light of day. Nobody is going to come home. So last night, I believe, in Israel, they had to throw water cannons out at their own people, at Israelis, who were protesting and demanding from Netanyahu and his government to put hostages first and Hamas later. Right now, the price of every hostage's life has now been negated to zero. If this plan goes through, nobody will walk out of Gaza, no Jew will walk out of Gaza, and beyond that, any Israeli or Jew living outside of Israel is going to face aggression from the protesters themselves. So this particular war will go beyond the shores of Gaza and Israel. It is going to turn into a giant conflict where Jews will have to pay a price larger than they should be willing to be.
All right. Good points. Dr. Shubhda Chaudhary, I hope you can hear me, ma'am.
Thank you for calling me.
Dr. Shubhda, let's also understand that, on one hand, Israel has the option of walking out of Gaza, and on the other, it also has the opportunity to do what it did in 2005, which was install a new government. But look what that did. So this is a situation where Israel is stuck between the devil and the deep blue sea.
See, the first thing is that when two elephants fight, it is always the grass that suffers. Second, in India, even though we follow the social media, we do not know the languages spoken in Arabic, Hebrew, or the other dialects to have actually an informed opinion about it. There is massive criticism, protest, which is going on in Gaza by Palestinians against Hamas. This should be noted. That is the first point. It is not hegemonic, it is not cohesive. It is just a biased point of view to actually mention that Hamas, yes, Hamas, the leaders of Hamas sitting in Qatar do not value the Palestinian lives. That is why there's massive protest also. Is Israel also funding an opposition group within Gaza to protest against Hamas? Yes, it is also in the news. Every living member of Mossad, Shin Bet, police commissioners have written to Netanyahu stating that please stop it. The IDF reservists are not meant to carry it for 21 months. Next point is that 20 hostages who are still in Gaza. Israel and Gaza and Palestine is not bigger than Delhi NCR. Please let's not rebuke the idea of Mossad and intelligence saying that they are not able to figure out where the tunnels are. Let's not be so naive. There are so many revelations coming in the past couple of days where the military officers themselves are saying that the patrolling over Gaza on October 7th was diminished. New York Times investigative journalism has given an entire report of 80 pages where walls of Jericho, where Israel exactly knew what Hamas is going to do. There's a difference between intelligence, there's a difference between inference, I agree. What Netanyahu is doing right now is putting the lives of all the Israelis at risk. What is happening at the Israeli embassy in UAE? What is happening to the Israeli embassy in Greece? What is happening to the Israeli embassy in France? What is happening to the Israeli diplomats in Washington, D.C.? What Israel is doing, the long-term plan is threefold. One, Gaza marine field. It has massive amounts of oil and natural gas. Second, establishing the Ben Gurion Canal. Third is having the David's Corridor. Until unless we do not know the language of the people and have a very, very biased understanding of what is happening, without even traveling to those places, our understanding will always be jaundiced. And let me tell you, just recently, a delegation of Indian journalists went to Israel. They met Netanyahu. Netanyahu told to them that Israel does not want to occupy the Gaza Strip. And today the Security Cabinet has given the decision. Now, who is funding this? Why is it happening? Why the media is not being given the leverage to go to Gaza or to go to West Bank? What kind of embedded journalism is happening over here? What kind of narrative is being portrayed? Second, why? My simple question is that why are we not able to do any kind of humanitarian? The hostage families, can you believe it, are in a flotilla right now. The hostage family members who have been rebuked by Smotrich and Ben Gavir and the entire Netanyahu cabinet. What will they do? There are massive protests going on every day in Tel Aviv because they say never again in our name, because they are actually fighting for the survival of Gaza children. Is everyone in Gaza Hamas? That shows our limited understanding of the fact. Is the Columbia University protest and everything, are they not talking about the Israeli hostages? Yes, they are not talking about it. Are they running into the propaganda of Hamas? Yes. Their parallel realities can be true at the same time. But at a humanitarian concern, according to the Geneva Convention, according to human rights law, whatever occupation of Gaza, what kind of Arab government will take over? What is the sustainability of it?
Understood. I understand your response and your passion as well. Let me in fact rope in Professor Gillard to respond to what you have said. Professor Gillard, would you like to respond to what Dr. Shubhda has said?
Yes, I'll respond in two ways. I'd like to respond both in terms of Palestinian society, as far as we understand it, in the Gaza Strip, and Israeli society. So Dr. Choudary is correct that Palestinian society is not monolithic, and that not everybody is Hamas. We know that for sure. And if we follow opinion polls from October 7th to this day, and I'm saying this with some reservation because it's very difficult to conduct reliable opinion polls in the Gaza Strip during a war, but nevertheless, opinion polls have been conducted, and what they show is something very interesting. There has been widespread support for the attacks of October 7th, right after the attacks, which means that around 80% of the people in the Gaza Strip supported these attacks, and by the way, we see the same numbers in the West Bank still to this day. But what has happened over time is that support for Hamas and for the attacks has declined, has gone down over time. And we can explain this by what I call frustration from aggression. Hamas launched an aggressive attack against Israel. It was seen as a heroic attack. It was celebrated by Palestinians. But then came the price. And the price is very dire. And the price is very difficult for them. And more people today are understanding that this was not a good idea. More and more people in Gaza understand that the price is too high, that the devastation is enormous, that it's questionable whether and how much time it will take Gaza to rehabilitate after this war. And we see more and more Gazans say, no, that they do not want Hamas, as difficult as it is to say that today. So in a way, and again, quite ironically, the devastation and the war can open a pathway to peace. It's through frustration from aggression. It's when people understand that aggression does not advance their cause, that it will never give them what they hoped it will give them. It
Fair
will
enough,
not
sir.
be destroyed.
Fair enough, sir. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for joining us. We have run out of time, unfortunately. And of course, this is a pressing, ongoing matter which needs to be resolved. We take a short break. Be right back.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The session that I'm having is the language of design. So we're going to be discussing, we have various fields over here and everybody has their own vision, their own craft. So I will begin with you first, Namita. If you can tell our viewers exactly a bit of what you do, and then I'll ask you the next question.
Hi Priya, thanks a lot for having me here. So I'm an interior designer. I run a business of my own, have been doing that for the past 35 years. We work with artisanal and India made, and we also represent some companies from overseas in the furniture industry.
1 second. Audience, can you just please be silent because we can't hear, otherwise what's the use? You've come all the way for a conversation. Let's hear it, no? So Namita, you was Visma Interiors, right?
That's right.
So the language of, is there something that you've noticed post-COVID in terms of design, in terms of houses, in terms of the way people are planning, and what is the special that you bring to the table?
So yes, post-COVID, I think there has been a huge impetus to the home. I think people have started looking at the home as not just a place that is for the public to come in and see in terms of your formal living area or your dining area, but they also look at their homes and their bedrooms, their kitchens, their bathrooms, the nursery. So a lot of the areas are being looked at. Also the home, in totality is being looked at in terms of your garden, your horticulture, and it doesn't really mean that they have to be big palatial homes, but every space is being treated sacrosanct today.
Anjul, you of course, Anjul Bhandari Creations, good to have you here. Back on We Women Want. A little bit about, have you, first of all, if you can, I'm sure our viewers know, but a little bit about the kind of clothes that you favor, that you would like, you specialize in.
Priya, thank you so much for having me over. And I'll personally request everybody, at least the women, to stay quiet so that we are here to empower each other. Let's at least listen to each other first, most importantly.
Exactly.
And
can we have some silence, please? We're not talking until you keep quiet. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. Appreciate. So Priya, considering that I do clothes, I also do a craft. So giving everybody the language of craft is very important. And everybody, as Namita just said, that everybody perceives their language of craft in their own way, in their own style, and in their own scope. So a language of design is also the language of art. So like if you see an artist who's put up an art, like we would have Chanda here, she's brought this beautiful piece from Fraser and Hawes, how they put everything together. I personally feel it's each one's eye and each one's style. And each individual looking at it in their own very style is what language of design for me means. And for me to bring that craft, because I only do chicken curry, so somewhere down the line it's empowering women with the earlier discussion as you were having in the villages, empowering them and making sure that you bring that language of design to the couture level and giving it to the people who highly are interested in wearing the design and want to uplift a woman somewhere down the line is very important. So it has to be a design with a cause is very important.
No, which is why, you actually see both the strata, because a lot of your artisans are in rural villages. I see you going very often to Lucknow and other areas. And the people who buy your clothes are the, the Bollywood who's who. So there is a big world that you're crossing. And what I like is the simplicity you bring, the simplicity of the design versus the the clothes that you design is, that comes across very well.
So I personally think, it's a lot to do with, as you rightly said, simplicity is it's the likes of people who like to believe in something which is original. So it actually depends that how much of an original craft of a design are you giving the client. They want to believe that narrative which you're going to give them. So it has to be very true and very grounded, which is very, very important today. We are full of craft, we are full of design, we are full of so many things in this country. But we are very happy to not show it to the world, not show it to the high class and the people who can afford it. Why not? If there's a craft which is being done in a village, or there is a craft like she does furniture. I mean, nobody does furniture on their own. There are people who are doing it. Correct. I do chicken, I don't do it on my own. When she's doing a craft, when she's putting the Fraser and Horse Krishna together, there has to be an artist who's doing it. So for me, bringing that artisan on the platform and giving them what they truly deserve is when we are bringing the craft and the design to the world. If we are not giving them that dues, we are clearly not doing the job right. That's very important.
Well said. And now I was joined by Chanda Narang, CEO, Fraser and Horse. Chanda, you are working with, you're giving life to a metal really, but you're telling such interesting stories out of it, the way you create, curate. What are your best-selling series? And I really want to talk to you about gods and goddesses. There's also a myth-making along with the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much, Priya, and thank you so much for having me here. And thank you for organizing
In fact,
NewsX,
I want to tell our viewers that the tiger here is also her creation of Fraser and Horse, which is here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, I'm Chanda Narang, and I brought British silverware into India. And what I'd like to believe, this is my story, is that I transformed how silver speaks from a very British accent to a beautiful Indian language. Our craft, our sensibilities, our culture, and a combination of their skills. But I just wanted to ask all of you right here, right now, to just take one pause, look at yourself, and ask, who am I? Can you do that, please?
As in?
Just as in, pause and ask, who am I? Right now, right here. So in the quietness of looking at yourself, you are actually designing the real you. When you go into your mind and you're putting in images and narrations from other people and social media and YouTube, that's just what you want to be. That's not who you are. Design is all about who you are. Who is your original self? What is your original expression? And can you get to that expression? You can only do it in quietness. When you connect with yourself, each and every single one of us is a designer. We are redesigning and transforming ourselves the moment we are quiet and connected to our own being. Shakti is inside. Creativity is inside. And if you can express it from here, if you can express your original self in any manner, you are a designer, an original designer. an award-winning designer. Each single one of us, right here, right now, is an award-winning designer.
Well, let's congratulate ourselves. Thank you for that. But
Sorry, did I just...
No, I enjoyed that. Namita, a bit about your story. You know, I've asked Anjul and I will ask Anjul and Chanda also. What made you choose furniture and design?
So actually, when I came out of college, I didn't know at that time, there was no, girls didn't really have to have a career. My dad was very keen that, we joined his family business. So I tried my hand at that. I was not happy. I think, like you said, there's a very important thing to understand, and just picking on what Chanda said, because it's a very important point. The point is, an ambitious person, an aggressive personality does not mean that you cannot design inside you. And I think I had always felt that because I was such a ambitious, go-getter kind of a person, that design was not really going to be my calling. I got the opportunity to work with a company who were manufacturing kitchens. I worked there for about 9 months, and that's where I actually learned the business of design. I learned not only that, and what is very important, again coming back to what you were saying about artisanal, is that I learned that anything a guy can do, I can do. My dad taught me that as a girl growing up. If a boy can do something, you can do it. I learned that I could get onto the field, I could get onto the carpentry workshop, I could create something with the saw and the hammer and the screwdriver and could put things together, which a guy could do. Today, at my own workplace, I actually encourage women whose husbands are carpenters or whose husbands are polishers, but the women have never been given that opportunity. And why not? This is the one place where I think women have not been given an opportunity. So we are actually encouraging women to come into that field. And I think when you look back at what you're coming from and you look at your journey ahead, the journey is what is making you, what has made you, and what is going to make you in the future. And along that, you do learn that there is no disparity between a girl and a boy. And I think women power is as strong as manpower.
Well said. Says the girl who knows how to wield a hammer, so be careful. Anjal, will you share your story with us also? Because was this the career you had chosen?
So, I don't know whether it was chosen or it came to me. But I always knew I wanted to work with women because I got married very early. So got married in Lucknow, so was very closely associated with these women artisans. So I knew whenever I was going to do something, was going to be with these women. So like picking it up from where Namita's just left, that women have not been part of a certain kind of industry, certain kind of a job. I think I was truly blessed there because somewhere this craft which I was taking forward was completely in the hands of women. So when it came to the COVID, the unfortunate part of COVID, they were running the houses because the men had no work. People were not ready to buy anything, but these women were still sitting at home and doing their embroideries. And for the world, the work from home was a very new venture. But for us, it was something which always existed. We always would give work to the women, which would take back the work to their villages, to their houses, where they would work in their free time and get that extra money. We just did a little, run through with one of these journalists in Bombay, and she's written that how a craft from a village has gone to New York, where Devika, the CEO of Ogilvy, was wearing it as a jacket for herself, and she makes sure that she's bringing up the craft of the country. So you have to remember that when she was there, she was speaking to these women and she says, "Aap paise kamate ho, aap un paison ka kya karte ho?" And I love the answer which came from there. She turned around and said, "पैसे जो हम कमाते हैं, हम अपने लिए कमाते हैं. हमारे कपड़े, हमारा खर्चा और सब कुछ घूमना फिरना इन पैसों से है. घर चलाने के लिए हमारा पति हमें पैसे देता है. This is our extra pocket money." So that was something which really made me happy because they were not putting their money, they were giving that extra pressure to their husband that if you're making money, this money is mine. So that whole idea of my money was a very big thing. And then that my money, when turns around to support the husband when he has no job during COVID, I think it's a great empowerment, which we should be very proud of today. I don't know whether we should be proud of the idea because it was that direct money transfers which made the difference. Was it that the women were getting empowered because the villages were getting the internet? I don't know who is to be thanked, but yes, there is a difference. Slowly but surely, there is a difference.
So Chanda, where did women lose their power? I mean, we are the land of Draupadi and Sita. We are, for a goddess, there is a goddess of learning, goddess of money, everything. There is a goddess that is more than the god. So how did it translate down that women became known as the weaker sex, which we are not, but let them think that.
So, earlier panel was talking about gender sensitivity. And at Fraser and Hawes, we have a lot of chats. So all of us karigars, and we sit together when we're doing our handwork. And we talk about how we can empower ourselves. Now, I feel the woman is Shakti. That's empowerment. So when you're talking to the male artisans and you're talking about empowerment, they all say we want to empower our daughters. They didn't say their sons. They say we want to empower our daughters, and all their daughters today have amazing jobs. And investment is in the daughter today amongst our artisanship. They're not bringing them into skills. Hand skills are still very much a male preserve, but the daughters are moving up, educated faster, and therefore are earning, looking to earn a lot better. Where we lost our power is actually after the Vedas written, after all our Gargis and Rishi Munis and all that, it became very ritualistic. So what happens is that if it's ritualistic and you can't follow your profession because you're a woman and you have those monthly cycles and these things, you start slipping down. You start going back in the race because then you are caged. You're caged by the rituals surrounding society. And I think that's where really when we lost our voice as women. That needs to come back. We need to find our voice, and more women have to help women. We sisters have to stand together.
It is the sisterhood, yes. And also women as the creators, and we have a panel of very creative women here. So I'll begin with you, Namita. Which has been your most favorite creation in terms of whether it's a house or a design or any of you who want to go first?
So up until now, I would have actually said, I would have talked about maybe my most passion project that I had done, or my first project, but I've just become a grandmother 6 months ago, and helping my daughter do up my granddaughter's room has honestly been the best project I have ever done.
That is really cute. Anjul?
I think, as she rightly said, our best projects are our daughters. That's what we've created the best. And how we have empowered them and how we made sure that they speak their mind is very important. But when it comes to design, what we are here to discuss, I think my best is still to come. I have a long way. I'm not quitting yet.
Well, that is a very good one. Chanda, what has been your best design or one you're envisaging if you want to take best is yet to come?
Yeah, my best design actually right now is the fact that, how our, in our mythology, actually how women are very, very empowered, like Sita, who's always being called poor thing. Sita is not a poor thing. Sita is not a poor thing. She's hugely empowered woman who has chosen to walk into the jungle with her husband, knowing fully well it's full of danger. She's the one who's actually stood a great demon like Raman. Yeah. It's because of her the Lanka burned down. We are calling these women poor things and vulnerable and predicting them as such. My project is to make sure that people like Draupadi, characters like Sita, character like Shabri, poor Shabri, they say the poor Bhil Shabri. No, there's no poor Shabri. For 60 years, she had the tenacity, the patience, the courage, and God himself had to come down to meet her. So we have such powerful women characters who need to be brought out, and the stories need to be told. So Fraser and Hawes is actually now telling their stories. So we're creating craft around women characters from mythology and making them what they are, independent and powerful.
More power to all
Clearly
of
very beautiful, I must say.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all. I think really this is more power to women, and each one here is a storyteller. And I leave Chanda's question to you: who am I and who are we? But I think at the end, Shakti is really the note that women are. So let's give a hand to ourselves. Thank you so much.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
And Shakti Awards 2025, we are now joined by someone who, of course, has been a gaming icon and now has become a reality show star, and that too a successful star because she won the first ever The Traitors India season just earlier this year. I'm talking about Nikita Luthar. Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you there for that lovely introduction. I'm so glad to be here. It's a complete pleasure. Celebrating power women, that's what I completely stand for.
Does it, feel, special to come back to your hometown of Delhi, to have, of course, your parents in the room when you're getting an award that you will later today, and with this, amazing success that is just building and building for you?
Absolutely, it's very special, of course. New Delhi is my hometown. What's more special is that choosing something as unconventional as the gaming industry to pursue as my career and still being recognized here, being out here, it just goes to show how much the world has changed, that the world is embracing the progress and embracing the fact that people with many talents can really make it. And credit to you guys for putting together a lovely event.
Excellence in gaming today, of course. How does that make you feel? And what does that really tell you about this path that you've chosen?
Well, I feel like it has not been an easy journey, and that is something I'm very grateful for, because if it was easy, I wouldn't be here. So I do wish on everyone that everything is a quest, that it's hard to decode and to really solve life for the thrill of it, and to enjoy the journey more than focusing on the destination. So, I mean, it's been an incredible journey for me. All the hardships, all the ups and downs have been totally worth it. And yeah.
Where do you derive your Shakti from? It's a Shakti Award today. Where do you derive your Shakti from?
Well, I feel I always had, that sense of I never thought that women are any less than women, and being in a male-dominated field, I actually learned how to use that to my advantage. So I think I derive my Shakti from not thinking and conforming to society and not thinking according to the stereotypes that are laid out by society, and that's where I derive my power from.
Okay. Let me ask you then about, before we get to your gaming career and what led you to it, as our editor-in-chief was just talking about when he was introducing you earlier, what was it like being on The Traitors, and what do you believe made you win the show? What was that one skill that you managed to use to your advantage?
So, that's a good question. Poker is a game of survival. We play tournaments, everybody starts at the same level, and the person who's the last man or last woman standing is the winner. And that is the exact skill that I took to The Traitors. I made it a game of survival. I was not trying to play not to lose. I was playing to win, and sometimes being a silent killer worked out for me. And it was quite a journey. I was contacted by the Amazon Prime team because they were looking for somebody who's a strategist, a gaming strategist. It's an IP that's in 26 countries, and there have been poker players in those countries as well who have performed really well. So they wanted somebody who comes from a strategic background. And I guess I was the only one from a background like that, and they put me in the mix, and I walked home with the title. So.
Do you believe that it was then the poker face and the other skills that helped you?
Absolutely, that's the poker face was very useful because it helped me survive and not get too much attention on me while everyone else was, being very dramatic and ruffling everyone's feathers. I didn't do any of that.
But you made a statement, that also went really viral about the show, that there's a lot of scripting also in reality shows. Now, this is something that has been spoken about reality TV for a very long time, and all reality shows. Do you believe reality shows are scripted? How real are reality shows, is my question then.
Fundamentally, the show was not based on scripting. It was a show that was completely, in fact, we didn't know what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes. Every moment on the show was a complete surprise. And we were there for 14 to 16 hours a day filming with 20 other contestants. So they had to condense all that content, 20 people, 16 hours into that 1 hour of footage, along with giving Karan Johar his due screen time. So, of course, they had to choose narratives, and reality shows are based on choosing stories, choosing friction, choosing drama. So, they do build narratives in the editing via scripting, but the show in itself was not scripted.
How innocent is Nikita in real life, or how big a traitor are you?
Well, I think I'm quite innocent in the sense that I'm true to my values. I'm a 4G kid. I've been brought up with the, hard principles. My father always taught me that you should always do the harder right than the easier wrong. So that way I'm very innocent, but I'm a traitor when it comes to aggressive moves, making bold moves in life. I don't listen to anybody, and nothing can hold me back.
This is a new industry for you, of course, but if you look at the entertainment industry, who's the biggest innocent in the entertainment industry?
That's a big question, Uday.
I asked the same question to your co-winner, Urfi Javed, who was also incidentally on this stage earlier.
Right. Biggest innocent, me.
Okay.
I just give it to myself, it's easy.
And who's the biggest traitor then?
You for asking these questions.
Okay. Interestingly, you have said you are the innocent, and I am the traitor. Urfi said no one is innocent, and she is the traitor. So, okay. But now coming back, of course, to to the show as well. Who's one person you're most in touch with from the contestants, and who's one person you're least in touch with?
I became, of course, Urfi because she's my co-winner, but I became very good friends with Raftar and Lakshmi from the show. Raftar is such an inspiring human being. His story, where he comes from, what he's built, the wisdom with which he comes, I find him very, very inspiring. And Lakshmi and I just kept in touch because she's just a lovely girl, and we spent a lot of time together. So yeah, these are the...
And least in touch?
You are really speaking the reality TV language now there. This is NewsX.
Yes.
Okay, least in touch, I would say, I guess I'm not in touch with the Apurva Sufi duo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Apurva Sufi duo, you're not in touch with.
Yeah.
That's a headline right there.
Oh my God.
No, I'm joking.
I knew this was a trap.
No, I'm joking. Okay, let me now get to, of course, your gaming career as well. It's, again, not a very conventional choice, Nikita. What led you to this career? And also being a woman, for you, how was that a difficulty or an asset in this career?
Well, I would lead by saying that poker is not gambling. It's a game of skill. So I just want to establish that. And that is the discovery that really got me interested in decoding the game for the fun of it. It was never a conscious decision to choose it as my career, because who wakes up one day and goes, I'm going to be a professional poker player one day. Nobody says that. It's just that opportunities just kept coming my way. I was playing tournaments for fun. And it was something that just kept pulling me in and drawing me in. And I realized that, you know, I mean, this is a mind sport. It's like chess. And if people can make a career in sports, in chess, then poker can be a career as well. And I saw a lot of success early on. I won a world championship early on in my career. And that's when I realized that this could be something I can do. Initially, it was something that I chose to do because, you know, we had a lot of hardship at home at that time. And going online and playing poker was like a bit of an escape for me. Yeah. So that is how I initially learned. And well, I made something out of it. So.
And women, being a woman in the industry?
Oh yeah, being a woman in the industry, I feel, for a game that is based on mind sports, I feel women actually have the capability to do better because women have a better handle on their emotions, better way of calculating risk and not going overboard with overcommitting when it comes to risk. And they're way more measured and have a more stable head on the shoulders. Like, it's too much of an overgeneralization, but that is what I experienced as a poker player that helped me really last long. And on the flip side, being in a male-dominated field, people would think that, you know, she's just in a room with, the ratio is like 90-10. Yeah. And is she intimidated by that? I'll tell you what, poker is a game of geeks, as contrary to popular belief. Okay. And it's actually the guys that are intimidated by the woman sitting on the table because they're like, oh God, am I supposed to look at her? They're just shy because I'm not shy at all and I'm staring them down, getting body language reads, and it's actually them that shy of more than, they have no idea how to deal with it. Okay. So that is the kind of, making them nervous that I played. Okay. I mean, it played to my advantage eventually.
Well, your host of The Traitors, of course, has his own rapid fire on his shows, but now it's time to end with a rapid fire of on our show.
Sure, let's do it.
You're today known as a gaming icon. Who is your icon?
Okay, Elon Musk.
Okay. Favorite quality of his?
Just the ability to do anything.
Okay. Okay. What was your favorite game while you were in school?
I used to play basketball. Yeah.
Okay. Favorite cuisine?
Indian. Ghar ka dal, chawal, sabzi, roti.
What's the last holiday you took?
I've just come from Dubai.
Okay. Beaches or mountains?
Tough one. Beaches.
Okay. What's the superpower that you wish you had?
Time travel.
Okay. I have to ask you this. Now that you've conquered one reality show, are you open for more?
If it's based on psychology and skills, then probably yes, not so much. I'm not so much subscribing to the drama of it. So
does that mean you're ruling out Big Boss?
Absolutely.
Okay. You're not going on Big Boss is what you're clearly telling us. All right. Thank you so much. And once again, congratulations on winning, of course, this award that you'll be getting very, very shortly. And thank you so much for being with us today, Nikita Luthar, at our conclave. And keep doing, of course, the fantastic work that you are.
Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure.
Mommy, भूख लगी. ये 1 मिनट में नहीं 4 मिनट में आएगा. थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा पर सेहत को पाएगा. NDH सूजी वर्मिसेली पर सबका दिल आएगा.
NDH सूजी वर्मिसेली सेहत भी स्वाद भी.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल